Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome back to our meeting. We are going to move on to the item on the agenda, which is item 9. That is the Nelson Central Library Flood Modelling and Flood Mitigation Plan Update. And we are joined by John Ricks of Tonkin and Taylor. John, kia ora, welcome. John's on Zoom. I just want to check that you can hear me okay. John, it's me, Rachel. Perhaps not. We'll just check. I don't think I've done anything at my end. We'll just... We'll just see if John can hear us. April's going to send a message. So in the meantime, I'll welcome kia ora, John. You able to hear me now? It's me, Rachel. Appears not. All right. So we'll just need to get that sorted out. We'll just wait a moment, Alec and Toby, till we've got the sound organised for Zoom. Okay. And my... All right, councillors. We'll just see if we can sort out the sound issue, because we're going to need John.
Councillors on Zoom, can you hear the chamber okay?
All right, Toby, have you got a contact?
Yes, I can hear you. Fine.
Thank you. You've got a, okay, would you like to give him a call and see if we can sort that out? All right. So we're on it's page 56 of the agenda, I believe. Maybe in the interim we could have a look and see what's in the Mayor's report this time. All right. I was actually planning on leaving the Mayor's report until the 29th, so that I've got a weekend to finish writing it. Sorry. Right, so we're just rejoining, getting John to rejoin, and then hopefully we can get the sound to work. Kia ora, John, it's me, Rachel here. I'm just checking if you can hear me now.
I can hear you now.
Oh,
yes.
That's fabulous. That's wonderful. Fantastic. All right, so we're ready to get underway. This is the Nelson Central Library Flood Modelling and Flood Mitigation Plan Update, and I'll hand over to Mr. Laverdis to introduce the report. Are there any corrections or additions that need to be made to the report?
Thank you. Through the chair, no, the report is as written and there are no changes to the report. I will take the report as read, but I will give a brief overview. And for the benefit of the committee, I cast your minds back to September 2021, where we were instructed to prepare a flood mitigation plan. We did so and we reported that back to council, and that flood mitigation plan showed that the new proposed library at the location has negligible effect on the adjacent properties if design and landscape features are incorporated into the design brief. In that report, we mentioned the parameters, the secondary flow paths, the final floor levels. We also made a commitment that should any new data come to the fore, that we would consider that and rerun the modelling if necessary. So that has happened. We received new information by New Zealand Sea Rise Te Tāpari o Aotearoa, and that showed a specific sea level rise along with vertical land movement. And while the river flood modelling for the library showed that it was virtually indistinguishable from the flood mitigation plan that was prepared in September 2021, that the flood levels from the coastal inundation had increased by around 300 millimetres, and anticipated a sea level rise of around 1.48 as opposed to a 1.18 that was currently in the 2017 Ministry for the Environment Coastal Hazards Guidance. We've always stated that over time, or as engineers, we were always aware and have openly noted that over time we would have had to look at what that meant for the city. But this new data shows that we would potentially be looking at a sea level rise of perhaps in the order of 300 millimetres higher than was identified in 2021. And that takes us to about 800 millimetres in terms of the Trafalgar-Halifax intersection. We've always said that we could and will design the library to cater for anything that nature may throw at us. But in terms of this information, and that is still the case, in terms of levels and adapting the ground floor to increase when the trigger levels were hit. But with this new information, we were confident that at 500 millimetres, that if I look at the intersection of Halifax and Trafalgar as an example, that was workable. At 800, we just think we need to have a little bit more time to think about what that means, not only for the library, but for access to buildings and infrastructure in the CBD. So what we are proposing as a result of that, we've taken cognizance of the fact that there's new information, we've worked through it, and at this stage we're saying, well, let's just take some time to work what that means for council, and then bring that back to council for deliberations and a decision. So through the chair, I think that's an adequate summary, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Toby and John, is there anything that you wish to add before we open for questions? No, John's fine. Anything further from you, Toby? All right, thank you. Let's get underway. Councillor Eggert and then Councillor Courtney.
Kia ora. Now, I know I'm slightly referring to the next report, but I guess it's the absence of it in this report. Is in the next report it mentions the draft geotech report, and I'm just wondering what bearing that geotech report, which according to the newspaper noted liquefaction risk, what impact that has on flood modelling and any of the work being done here, and how they are maybe being done in concert so you get all of the information, relevant information at once for decision making. And probably, you know, because it's not in this report, I'm not seeing a joined up approach on those elements.
Through the chair, I think that's a very, very good question. The reason we've kept it separately is because I'm specifically dealing with one resolution, and that was to deal with the flood mitigation, and it follows on from the September 2021 report. However, with regards the geotechnical investigation, that is part of our due diligence, along with a whole lot of other things, and that is reported in the next report under the quarterly report. I think they are related, but they are separate. And what the geotechnical report at this moment does say, and I haven't read what it says in the media, but that geotechnical report, after undertaking analysis, says that the site is susceptible to liquefaction, which is the whole point of undertaking due diligence. It's susceptible to a liquefaction in a moderate to strong earthquake, up to potentially 9 meters deep, and that it could experience a sudden loss in bearing capacity with lateral movement towards the Mai Tai River. That said, it also provides options to mitigate that, as well as looks at potential options for future foundations for potentially a new library. And there's nothing in there that is a fatal flaw. There's many sites around the country that have or that are susceptible in the ground conditions are susceptible to liquefaction, and that's just a part of the due diligence. So I think what we're advocating in the report that is in front of you is that we need to do substantial more work on the flood modelling, but not putting aside the geotechnical. And the geotechnical report is really a first stage. It needs to be considered in line with now the next step. Should it go to the next step, bring on structural engineers to look at what that means, and then to look at a pertinent foundation. But certainly there's no fatal flaws in what we read. You can design that, and there are options that need to be explored further in terms of the geotech.
Thank you. That's probably answered 90% of my concerns. I guess in the reporting back and when things come and where, and you've used the same phrase I've written down in my pages, the no fatal flaws. I guess just how are you working to, I guess, look at the timing of what information comes when, so that if a fatal flaw was identified, we haven't gone too far down a path before that flaw might be identified? And at what steps, have you sort of re-looked at the project plan? I guess I think I am actually asking, are you re-looking at the project plan to look at, when decisions would be made, what information is required before decisions are made, so potentially you're not spending too much money on one path if a fatal flaw is going to come out?
So through the chair, yes, we certainly will be looking at the project plan, and what this report that I'm presenting to you today recommends that we defer ongoing negotiations with Wakatu, and we have discussed that with Wakatu, and they are in agreement with that until such time that we figure out and do some additional work with this flood mitigation. Now, in terms of, and Toby and I have discussed this, in terms of the potential time frame, before we actually are able to report the flood mitigation back to the council, because that could potentially have major implications or implications per se. We're probably thinking anywhere between 6 and 12 months. By that stage, we will have, as that moves forward, we'll have a potentially good idea as we move forward in terms of what the flood mitigation means. But sitting alongside that will be a whole range of other due diligence that we need to undertake. The geotech is but one of those. And if we bring a report back to council, and for example, this proceeds in this location based on the information that we bring back on the flood mitigation, then I guess the geotech will then proceed to the next stage, which will be involving the structural engineers. So they are linked, but I'm anticipating between 6 and 12 months, and I would err probably on the 12 months to bring back something to council.
Thank you. And just a question about the engagement, because that's also one of the decisions on the table for this report. So there was significant engagement in, I think it was 2019. I went to some workshops, which was also, I think, around what people wanted out of a library. So has that been picked up? So that's the first part. And the second part of the question is, can you confirm that the engagement taking place is not site size or scale specific?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the engagement underway is not site size
or scale
specific. The work that's underway at the moment, and that's why we're actually saying that. So council approved that the communications plan and the strategy, the communication strategy and an engagement strategy. And that is a report by Mr. Andrew White. And what we are saying is that wherever a library will be, that will determine the shape and form of a new library, be it there and be it somewhere else. And so that work will not be lost. In actual fact, it's quite critical because our community has said that they want to be involved in that. So what we're saying is we will continue with that work because that will determine where, when, how, shape, texture, size, wherever the new library may be.
Yeah. And then, sorry, just the first part of that question was, shouldn't ask two-parters, is that there was also 2019 engagement. So is that work being used to inform this process? So also is, that information not being lost?
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Andrew White answer that one.
Thanks, through you, Madam Chair. No, all information that's been gathered around this project is being used. The engagement process that we're in the pre-engagement work with at the moment is a separate process, which is engagement rather than consultation. And once we're in the new triennium, we propose that we will be entering into more extensive engagement. At the moment, it's pre-engagement work.
And you still using the 2019, that hasn't been lost into the process?
That's correct. So all information that's been gathered through this process has been used.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions at this stage. One is have Wakatu been provided with a copy of this report for comment before it came to the meeting?
Through the chair, I have been keeping Wakatu updated to all aspects of this through Mr. Ian Shevers. Yes.
Right. So they've seen a copy of this report and had an opportunity to comment on that?
They have seen a copy of previous reports. I did change the recommendation slightly, but they with Mr. Andrew White and myself, when we met with Ian, they were totally supportive of the direction of this. Yes.
All right, but so you're saying they haven't seen a copy of this report and have
this latest one? No, but the previous one, which was 99%.
All right, I would appreciate if a copy was sent to them in case there's anything they wish to comment on. Before we, ideally, I would have preferred that before we made the decision today, because I'm always, as a critical partner, we're quite interested in understanding their thinking. The second question is this process following the Treasury's guidance on better business cases?
Could you say that again? Sorry,
is this process following the Treasury guidance on better business cases?
For the library? I think the...
Thanks for the question, Madam Mayor. Are you talking about the library business case per se, or are you talking about this proposal for to defer decision making around the site?
I'm talking about the library project itself. So in terms of this is a very big proposal and investment. So is it conforming with the guidance?
So the business case that council signed off through the long-term plan was a business case using council's methodology at the time. The methodology for the Treasury Better Business Case process is typically run by an accredited Better Business Case practitioner, and that was not the business case writer for this decision was not an accredited Better Business Case practitioner. That said, business case methodology is normally, typically you have a strategic case for change, which is covered in most business case methodologies, and you also have an options assessment. And they're the two key parts of any business case methodology. And I think council will recall that that's how it's made its decisions through the LTP on the strategic case to change, and also the options assessment that was considered through that business case.
All right, I'll reflect on that answer in light of some of the other reports we've got on today's agenda. I'll move on to Councillor Courtney, and then Councillor McGurk, and then Councillor Laurie, and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. And anyone on this, Councillor Sanson, and then Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. I need a bit of clarity on 4 of the recommendation here, because, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but my reading and my memory tells me that 4, it says library community engagement, which has already commenced, will continue. But somewhere in one of these reports, I definitely saw that it had been paused because of certain reasons, well-founded reasons too. So I just don't know whether we need that 4 in here. And I would be much more comfortable supporting it if it wasn't there. So that's that one. Just ponder on that. The one that I really want to ask, the second one I want to ask through you, Madam Mayor, is about the bore that went down on that corner site. I asked you a question a few months ago now, that the depth, and you went away and got the information for me. I think you said 48 metres. So what I'm scouring through here looking for is it possible with this flood modelling, they're indicating when you mentioned about the design of the library and the depth of piles and things, I'm just wondering whether the foundations are going to have to go down further than 48 metres. That's my question.
Through the chair, the second question, look, I don't know. There's a number of options in the geotechnical report from Tonkin and Taylor in terms of potential solutions and then different piling solutions. So it would be premature for me to comment on what foundation levels will ultimately be approved should this project go ahead. But there's a range. I think there's 6 or 7 options in the geotechnical report that range from in situ piles, offsite piles, raft foundations, waffle foundations. I don't know.
Excuse me, but nothing about the depth. That's my question.
No, no.
And all the options. There's no mention of the depth. No.
Unless I have a look at the geotech report again, I can't recall but there's a range.
Might pop across to John, see if there's anything John wants to add. So John, if there is, I'm just keeping a little bit of an eye on you while I'm multitasking here. No, you're all good. So if you do, can you just, you can use the raise hand function as well, and then you'll go to the top of my screen. Thank you. Oh, hello, Alice.
Through the chair, I was just going to answer the first part of Councillor Courtney's question. In terms of what's happened previously is that we put on hold the wider community engagement process to enable us at the direction of the GRG to put more focus on the communication and the pre-engagement discussions. So it wasn't a pause, it was a delay to provisionally in October to allow more effort to go into that front end to build the kind of wider community understanding of the process. So it hasn't been paused, it was pushed out to enable more focus on that front end.
I must have misread it because it's not my word, that word pause, but I'll accept your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks. Madam Mayor, a couple of questions from me in relation to the implications of the data that we've had would spread beyond the site that we're talking about at the corner of Halifax and Trafalgar Street, so the inner city and perhaps over the woods. So that's the right assumption, that this is far more than just this particular site.
And through the chair, yes, that's the point that I'm trying to make, that it is affecting this site, but it has implications for a greater area, and we just need to understand and get to grips what that actually means.
Yeah. So in terms of the current library site, the one over on Halifax Street, so the conditions that we're talking about are just as applicable to the current site.
The existing library?
Yeah.
Absolutely, and probably more so in terms of sea level rise. So, yes.
So in that words, the fact that we're going to have to build a library somewhere, and this pre-engagement that was already started needs to continue to inform wherever the library will go.
Absolutely. Look, the team sitting behind this are of the view that we need to progress that communications strategy and the engagement, because that'll determine what a future library looks, irrespective of where it is.
Will be.
And to answer your first question, yes, if it's not this site, but it's on the existing site, the exact same issues will face the existing site.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. So no fatal flaws, but has the $46 million library just got a lot more expensive?
Not necessarily. I think, look, we are facing increased construction costs, and inflation is something that has happened to us since we prepared those costs. But it may not necessarily mean that a library would potentially cost more, because we don't know what the final foundations will need to look like.
Okay, through the chair. This is putting you slightly on the spot, so I don't necessarily expect you to be able to come up with an answer, but it did occur to me listening to you before. I started thinking about other towns and cities around the country. Have any other New Zealand towns or cities built major public buildings on locations like this that face these kinds of challenges in recent history?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question. I genuinely don't know. Maybe
John might be able
John
to help
may
us
be
with
able
that.
to advise.
I could say we might not consider it a major city, but it's if you live in Blenheim, you think it's pretty important. I have a feeling that their library might be proximate to the river. But John, are you able to help us out with?
Oh yeah, I was just thinking about the Riverlink project in Lower Hutt. Might not relate specifically to a particular building, but their flood protection works alongside some major urban redevelopment might be a good comparison here.
Thank you. Toby?
Yeah, and there's also the conference centre in the middle of Christchurch that was built immediately adjacent to the river.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. I've lost my list. Councillor Stenson, I think, is next, and then Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Yeah, no questions at the moment, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Alec. Just one question, which was just around that fatal flaw and just being clear. So just to understand, so there's no fatal flaw with the liquefaction or geotech. Are we at the point? Is this the point where we're going? We need more time to see whether there's a fatal flaw with the NZC Rise starter, or are you here saying there's no fatal flaw with that either?
So through the chair, I think I just need to clarify. In terms of the geotech, what I'm saying is there's nothing that has come back from that geotechnical report that says building on this site is not a good idea. What they have said is that if you choose to build on this site, go in with your eyes open, that the first approximately 9 meters are subject to liquefaction, but there are engineering solutions to that. In terms of the first bit, in terms of the flood mitigation, I am not sure at this stage whether the data that I've presented in front of you is in fact a fatal flaw, because it applies to a larger area than just a new library. And what we need time to assess that if we are going to have to raise the road levels, and I'll use the intersection of Halifax and Trafalgar by 800, we just need to understand what that means, not only for the library, but for the rest of the city. Whether that is in itself a fatal flaw, I guess we will know when we bring something back to council. Having said that, our CBD is the economic hub of Nelson, and council hasn't made a decision one way or the other, and that's what it is. That's where Nelson is.
And so, just in terms of how, particularly that sort of future work program around raising road levels and that sort of adaptation side of things. And that's the integration with the DAP process. So we're currently in that values establishing stage. So will we in the assessment of options for the city centre in the sort of next 12 months, will we be looking at bringing in or incorporating those values that we've been building through the DAP consultation into that work?
So through the chair, I haven't given much thought to what we are going to be doing, but I guess as a start, we should. I do point out that the DAP work is underway, but we're not actually suggesting that we link this to the DAP work. The DAP work is a longer a piece of work that will have many iterations. We're only in the early stages of those steps from a long process. But certainly in terms of values, we would need to look at that. But I haven't given much thought, or ourselves in the team, as yet as to what that means.
And just finally, obviously this is the flood mitigation for the specific site, but we also had that other piece of work that was workshopped 18 months ago or something from Tonkin and Taylor around those sort of wider methodologies for flood management. Just curious where that piece of work is sitting and how that's going to tie in to both this site specifically, but also then the sort of next 12 months of work that we're looking at.
Thank you. So through the Mayor, that work is ongoing in relation to Mai Tai flood options. So we undertook a preliminary consultation on values, and we still need to go back to the community in relation to options. So those options will still need to be developed, but it's possible that some of those Mai Tai flood options will need to be considered alongside initiatives like raising roads in the CBD. So there's a link between the two projects.
Okay, thank you. Look, I've got a question for John and Toby. So between the two of you, I want to understand what happens next. So you're saying you're going to go away and do some more work here. What is that work going to involve, and what is the time frame around doing it? Which is a sort of follow on from Councillor O'Neill Stevens' question.
Thank you. So I'll start with the answer on that. There's a few things. One, of course, is that the report was written prior to the August flood. So we're currently in a process of reviewing how the modelling stacked up against the actual flood observed. And we've completed the most comprehensive flood survey that the city's done over a number of catchments, but specifically for the Mai Tai. So we've captured a lot of good data on the Mai Tai, and we're still in a process of assessing that. In terms of what else we would look at is the impact of raising roads, access roads within the CBD, so that the library can be accessed. As the report states, we're looking at a king tide to be able to access the library in a king tide out at year 2130 or so. So that's a reasonable level of access. The effects of doing that will need to still be worked through, and the viability of raising access roads. Obviously, it's quite complicated in terms of access to individual sites off the roads, and it would need to tie in also with the transports team's planning for future access roads within the CBD. So in a previous meeting, we have indicated that those bridges at Trafalgar Street Bridge and the Collingwood Street over the Mai Tai are due for renewal around 2050. And the transport team will be looking at the approaches and the local network around those bridges. So there's a project there to potentially raise some of the roads around the area of the proposed Riverside precinct. And that, in terms of some of the analysis around that, we believe that in the next 6 to 12 months, we'll be able to return an indication of whether it's possible to raise those roads and in a way that does not exacerbate flooding risk for other properties significantly.
John, is there anything further you want to add just in terms of the processes that you've worked on previously? Have you worked on similar sites like this or scenarios like this?
Yes, I have. I mean, the concepts which were presented 18 months ago, maybe even slightly longer, they're very focused on the sort of the hydraulics and the flood hazard. They presented a range of options which mitigate flood risk. Then working through the combination of options and working through support for the different options and how constructible they are and consentable and all these sort of things. That's sort of the next steps alongside that engagement piece that you've already touched on.
Okay, thank you. So I just before I go to Councillor Sensen, I guess I'm listening to the conversation around fatal flaws, but I don't actually think that's the right conversation to be having. I think the conversation is around positive and negative attributes of sites and the weighing up around those issues and the implications that that has for a project. So it's coming back to that strategic context of what is it we're trying to deliver? What is our budget? What are the design compromises that may be there? And I guess I'm interested in the professional view from the officers as to whether what you're seeing in terms of that, because we've got a layering of reports that are coming in today. And I guess that as you start to see challenges on a site, and maybe we look at this and think, well, okay, is this a big challenge or is this a manageable challenge? And how many other challenges have we got? So this one is about floods, and we've got liquefaction. When I've had a read of the geotech report that's come in, and thank you for the commentary that's in one of the other reports. Where are you sitting on that? Because I do understand the absolute, when we went out and did the 2019 work, the community was overwhelmingly committed to the Riverside location. That was what they sought. We can see some real value in doing the city to sea connection and the plan for the city. That was part of what this project is about. It's about opening up that city to sea connection and connection to the river. But I just wonder, as officers, whether you've gone back and reflected now, as the information comes forward, is there anything that causes you to say, actually, with this all layering up, the attributes are making this a site that would be very, very difficult to develop, very expensive to develop, would involve compromises on design, and ultimately a compromised outcome for the community.
So through the chair, and I indicated your first question was, is this a fatal flaw discussion? And I indicated that I didn't think it was. I think that all we're saying is the new data that has come in shows that the situation in 100 years' time is going to be a little bit worse. Now, clearly, we are not going to raise the levels of the roads by 800 overnight. It's going to take a progressive time period to do that. And ultimately, I think we'll all be long gone by the time we reach the ultimate goal. And who knows, maybe we've reached a point of return in terms of climate change. So I agree with you. I don't think it's a fatal flaw. I think that we need to look at what this means for the CBD. And at this moment in time, I don't know if that means a compromise of what we can supply. However, having said that, I would imagine that we need to provide our community with something that's the best on all fronts: quality, access, the whole feel, and we shouldn't compromise on that. And so I think that's a very, very good question. But at this stage, I'm unsure what that means for us. I know that we can engineer ourselves. We can provide a library that'll wear the test of time in terms of everything that's been thrown at it. But we need to be able to understand what that means in a whole range of other things, such as access. So I don't know if it's a fatal flaw. The CBD, as I've said, is our economic hub. It will be here for a considerable time, long after we've gone, and we need to leave that legacy. So I don't know if that specifically answers your question, but I don't think it's a fatal flaw discussion, but we just need some time to figure out what that means.
Well, I wasn't that interested in a fatal flaw discussion. More what I'm interested in is the strategic case. And I'm not suggesting I'm not going to support you going to do this work, but I think when this work comes back, that there needs to be a focus on the strategic case for change, and that going back to the business case process to say, once we start to layer this up, what does this look like? Because ultimately, and yes, you can design. You can find an engineering solution, absolutely, but at what cost and what site compromise? It may be very manageable and might actually have some great attributes that add to the site and the city to sea connection. But I just really encourage if you do this work, you bring it back and you do it in the context of actually what was the strategic, what was the strategic case for change and what did that look like, rather than an iterative process. It always needs to go back to why is it here and what is it we're trying to achieve for our community and for the development of our city. So I'll just leave you with that. I'm not going to suggest you don't do the work. I think it's important to do the work because ultimately that work will inform other investment decisions, not just for council, but for the broader private sector. Councillor Sanson, thank you for your patience. I just as those questions came to mind, I wanted to capture them before they disappeared out my ears.
No problem, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much through the chair. Kia ora koutou. So I think, first of all, maybe a comment before my question, if that's possible. Just in relation to the officer's suggestion that we may have, who knows, within the next 100 years reached a point of kind of return, as in decrease on climate change. I think that my understanding, and if there's somebody like Rohan could probably correct me if he has a different understanding, but my understanding is that we have locked in global warming for thousands of years. We are on a trajectory towards around 3 degrees of warming. So it's not going to be getting better in the next 80 to 100 years. Sea level rise is going to continue. So I just think we have to be really careful around the council table of saying things that may give some intimation that the sea level may decrease sometime in the next 80 to 100 years. I just don't think that is scientifically possible per all the data and modelling that's been done. So my question is...
Sorry, Councillor, so let's just check that, because I would agree with you. Did you feel an officer that it was a suggestion that it would? Because I'm in your camp with that one. So was there advice to the contrary?
I understood from one of the officer comments that the raising of the road level by about 800 millimetres is probably going to be complete. That would need to happen sometime after we're all gone, and who knows, by then we might have reached a point of return with climate change, as in it may not be necessary. That's what I took from that comment.
Okay. Well, let's just clarify that.
Oh, look, through the chair, I stand chastised. I have hope for the world. I'm not a scientist. If I've misinterpreted or misled the council, I apologise. I am not a scientist, but I would like to think that over the time and when we're long gone, that people will have changed their ways, and our children and our grandchildren can have better hope than what potentially we have now. But I take myself as suitably chastised.
No, it's not around chastisation. There's no chastising. It's just really important that we do have, we're making really good informed decisions today. So I think that is important. So thank you, Councillor Sankerson, because I would agree with that. I don't see there being another outcome at this point.
Thanks. And there's certainly no intention to chastise anybody, but just that we all really understand the facts of climate change. And if people seem insistent on climate action, it is because the modelling, the scientific data and modelling, does not paint a pretty picture. We're hearing from every week the latest Antonio Guterres in New York yesterday painted a very, very, very bleak picture around climate change. So coming to my question, there was a comment that we are not going to be linking this project, this significant civic investment, with the DAP project. However, it's my understanding from the Ministry for Environment coastal hazard guidance for local government that best practice is to be undertaking DAP planning for significant civic investment like this. And I have asked directly of the report writers, of that guidance, whether they felt that that was something that should be considered for this specific project, and the response was yes. DAP planning for civic investment of this magnitude in a hazardous location like that is best practice. So I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't be doing that, because I think that in terms of the strategic part that you referenced, Madam Mayor, and looking at options, at what point do we say the risks are too high, the costs are too high, and we need to consider looking at other locations?
Right, who would like to respond on the DAP?
So through the chair, I can't recall, and I could be wrong, but I cannot recall that question being asked, and I looked at Toby and he wasn't aware either, in terms of whether this project, specifically with the library, should follow the DAP process. So I can't recall whether I have said that, but certainly that does not ring a bell with me. So
I think what Councillor Simpson's saying is that she has asked, and it would be very helpful if we could have those questions and the answers so that we were all informed, Councillor Simpson. So I think what you were saying is you have contacted and asked those questions of the authors of the DAP guidance, is that correct? And they've provided some answers to you. And I think it'll be useful if you could share those with the officers as well and the elected members, so we could take that. It's important information. They need to be able to respond to it.
So to clarify, I've actually asked it of the officers and the CE numerous times as to why we're not following DAP, and actually requesting that we undertake a DAP planning process as part of this, and that has been declined, I guess. And so I have gone directly to the authors of that advice to get some insight as to whether a DAP process is suitable for this kind of project, and I have been assured that it is.
Well, it'll be important because that's material information. Then we'll need you to share that with the officers so they can give their view on that. So we might have to pause this item to allow that conversation to happen. I just think it's very difficult for the officers to respond if they haven't seen the questions and the answers, and I think we need to make sure that they have done that. So we'll pause on that one, but I'll let you keep going the other one, then we'll give you a chance to share that information so they can look at it and then respond. This is just a review of where we've been before. I think what I would really like to understand is at what point do we consider alternative locations for the library?
I think through the chair, when we investigate this further and present new evidence to the new council, I guess it will be at that point that the new council will make a decision whether the library proceeds in that location or not. And I've indicated that this additional work would potentially take up to 12 months. And I guess that would be the point. I just think it's premature at this stage to rule out that site at this moment in time. And that's just my own personal view.
Thank you. So within 12 months, the new council may consider alternative options at the earliest. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, I'm indicating that it'll probably take us between 6 and 12 months, and I'm erring on the 12 months to be able to understand this better. Council may well choose to make a decision well before that, the new council. All I'm saying is if they are going to evaluate and give us time to assess this additional information, that will probably be in 12 months' time that we will present that back to this council.
Okay, thanks so much. No further questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Sanson, we're not going to do the decisions on this item until they've got the information around debt, because I think that's quite important. So if you can just email that through to probably Chief Executive and Mr. Laverdis, that would be much appreciated. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just had a couple of questions. I'm pretty sure Rachel Pemberton's now leading the DAT process, and she did say that they would do individual cases. So I think Councillor Sanson could be correct in that regards, but I would have thought there's a holistic city DAT process, but then there's an individual site DAT process, and I guess I thought that this is probably what's coming to light now. As the science changes, then you have to relook at the site and particularly look at the connections to the site. I guess my question around connections to the site, is this a little bit more complicated in terms of mitigating than, say, Rocks Road, which will also face the same sea level rise? But is it a more simple mitigation step in terms of that DAT process, because you have a hillside behind and because it's a state highway and there's nowhere to move it, so you have to keep it, so you have to raise your road, whereas in the CBD you have to look at the impact on the wood and surrounding areas in terms of raising the road. So I guess my question is more generally, how do you look at your roading network and the impacts of climate change as a collective?
Through the chair, that's the exact challenge that we face, and that's exactly what we're saying, that this new information shows that we have a bigger problem than was initially thought back in 2017 and 2021, and that the sea level rise is a lot higher over a bigger area. And what we need time to understand is exactly that, is where and how we need to raise our roads so that we can facilitate access to the likes of the Wood, to the likes of the library, to Civic House, to State Cinema, to a whole lot of other businesses within the CBD. Working very closely with the likes of Waka Kotahi. But yes, I think the situations are totally different. Waka Kotahi are facing the exact same questions that we're facing and challenges, as is the likes of the port, for example. But Rocks Road is slightly different. They can't just move the state highway inwards because they have a large a mass beside them. But I think you're 100% correct, and we need time to understand what that means for us in terms of raising roads, raising bridges, looking at the flooding, providing access, and that's what we need time to do.
Okay, and just picking up on the conversation around, we don't know what it's going to look like in 120 years' time. I guess what we don't know, whether it's going to be 3 degrees or 4.5 or 6 degrees of warming. So that's, I guess, the question we should all be asking ourselves, and why action right now is even more important, because the scenario is only going to get worse if we don't do something now beyond 3 degrees. And I imagine that will have an even bigger impact. So how do you... because back in 2017, we could have predicted that if we didn't take action, we were going to end up at 3 degrees in this kind of scenario. How do we build into the data the likelihood, unlikelihood of the changes required now globally actually happening, and therefore the data getting worse?
Through the chair, I guess we rely on the Ministry for Environment guidelines. That's that they give they give the entire country guidelines, and we work to those. Yep.
Thanks, Toby.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, so through the chair also, it's worth noting that the sea level rise projections have not actually got that much worse. What has made the most significant change is the vertical land movement estimates. So it's a combination of the lowering subsidence of land together with updated sea level rise estimates, which is the actual sea level rise estimates are only slightly higher than they were previously.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And I've got one last question regarding the boulder bank. I thought that we had some study to show that the boulder bank would probably remain intact and it would grow taller as the sea grew taller because of the rocks falling down from the cliffs. But I think I read in the newspaper that we don't know what's going to happen to it. Is there an investigation being done on that? And Toby, where are we at with that sort of as a protective barrier in terms of coastal hazards? At the moment, I imagine it provides a very important buffer for our harbour.
Thank you. Yeah, so it does provide an important buffer, and we are in the process of a coastal erosion hazard assessment, and the boulder bank is being specifically assessed in terms of how it may respond to sea level rise going forward.
So we have no idea, or we do know? We have some modelling?
At this stage, we don't have the modelling. It is in progress, and we expect it to be completed before the end of this year.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Thanks. Just wanting to pull together some of these things around. So in terms of the work we're currently doing on coastal inundation and river flooding, so we've got the DAP process, the Tonkin and Taylor flood protection work, this library mitigation sort of area specific, then the wider sea level rise, flooding modelling, and then this future work program from coming out of this, understanding the new data. So first question, is there anything I'm missing?
Thank you. Good question. So through the chair, there is. So there's also the bridge renewal and transport planning associated that we've discussed previously, and in addition to that, there's the update of the inundation practice note. So I should just add, when we receive a proposal for a development, we use that inundation practice note as our go-to sort of set of standards in terms of mitigating impacts. And the proposed library building exceeds the standards in the inundation practice note. So it's not the actual building. If it was a private development, the development based on flood risk, what's been proposed would be accepted. So what we're looking at here is a slightly wider issue of access within the CBD.
And so how are we making sure that all of these work streams are talking to one another? And I'm imagining, I mean, I'm just looking, governance oversight for this is probably sitting in across a few different committees in the climate change oversight group. So yeah, how are we making sure that we've got consistency in across the board in these approaches? And you know, do we need a sort of strategic, something at the strategic level to tie this all together?
So through the chair, I can assure you that we're not working in silos at the council, and we have a group working behind the scenes. So I know Toby's involved. I know Dennis Bush-King's staff are involved. We have Nikki MacDonald's staff are involved. We have so we have all aspects of council understanding all of these issues and contributing and linking into the information. So we're not working in isolation in silos. So we do have an overall view in terms of what we need to do. And then, of course, that gets reported to SLT as well.
Yeah, and I guess just drawing off sort of what the mayor was, I think, heading towards is with all of this really useful and important information, are we heading towards a sort of strategic plan for how we're going to manage coastal inundation and flooding? You know, is that in the work program, or does it need to be in the work program?
So through the chair, yes, it is. Certainly that dynamic adaptive pathways planning project is exactly about that. The time frame for it is certainly uncertain, but the release of the RMA replacement legislation is expected to happen over the next 6 months to a year, and that will potentially clarify the situation in terms of how we plan for our CBD and other areas along the coast which are predicted to be at risk from coastal inundation.
Thank you. Chief Secretary would like to add something to the answer.
So Nicole Rosie, the Chief Executive of Waka Kotahi, was here last week, and that was one of the questions I asked her is, what are your plans for climate change response? Because whatever happens to the state highway, being around the coast is kind of critical to what we do, and they've agreed that they have got to be part of this process with us, that we need to hold hands, because the CEO of Port Nelson was asking me the same question. So before we start planning for climate change, what's going to happen with the roads leading to us? So there really needs to be a very much a joined up approach to this, so that we have a community answer and all the major players involved.
Thank you. And I have to say, from my perspective, Aotearoa is very slow out of the blocks and getting on with this work. And it's one of the reasons I've been encouraging our teams to connect with our Danish partners and with Wakatu, because that actually is the focus of a lot of the work that is being undertaken. So a real opportunity here for the council to lead up in terms of climate resiliency by using those international contacts. Toby, just on page 71, I did send this question through prior to the report coming out. There's some commentary in relation to how we approach the data and encouragement to have more localised data, because there's some uncertainty with what is here. Do we have that localised data?
So through the chair, we don't have localised data. I understand that Tasman District Council does have some localised data for part of their coastline, but here in Nelson we don't. And our vertical land movement is less than in parts of the Tasman coast. So we're at about 2 millimetres a year for the urban area of Nelson.
Right, so is that the reason we don't have it? It's because it wasn't considered to be significant enough, or why don't we have it?
So we've never had our own monitoring program in place for vertical land movement, so we don't have it currently. I do understand that LINs do monitor the levels of benchmarks along the coast. So that's potentially one data source, but we haven't been involved in monitoring that. Except for areas like the Tuhunanui slump, but not generally along the coastline.
And what is the reason for that, Toby, though? Why haven't we? Is it because it's not important? Is it because it hasn't been prioritised? Is it something that should be prioritised?
So through the chair, previously the 2017 MFE guidance did give an indication of what vertical land movement might be for Nelson, and it looked like it would be about 1 millimetre a year. So that would equate to 10 centimetres over 100 years. It was less significant. The vertical land movement estimates have now been rerun with satellite assessment, and they've come back with 2 millimetres a year. So they have doubled since the 2017 guidance.
Not sure I'm getting to where I need to get to. So is that immaterial, or in the scale of all the other things we're dealing with, it would be seen as not tremendously significant, or is it something that we really should have an understanding of? Because I'm looking at the report that's come in, and it's saying to us that there is uncertainty in the in terms of the data set, in terms of the vertical land movement. It's saying we encourage users to deal with inherent uncertainty by taking an adaptive approach, measuring, monitoring changes in VLM over time, and stress testing, planning and design decisions to ensure that these are made robustly for a range of possible futures, including land movement, rather than attempting to establish a best estimate or worst case local SLR value. So are we in a position that we can do what they're suggesting here, which to me seems like the appropriate response, by taking an adaptive approach, measuring and monitoring change over time?
So through the chair, yes, and it is part of the Tonkin and Taylor report. So I'll give John an opportunity to answer that. But I would say initially that obviously now with the updated VLM estimates, it has become more significant. We don't have anything better in terms of a data set to use than what's been estimated at the moment by the Sea Rise team. And John, maybe you have a comment on that.
Probably just that it's best we'll keep in touch with LINs on this. They're the government department sort of responsible for all those sort of datum related issues and changes. And so keeping in touch with them and whether any local support is needed to aid their work, I guess, would be advantageous.
All right, so is that the source of Tasman District Council's information? Is it from Lynn's?
No, through the chair, I understand they had a separate assessment done that they commissioned. I think it was around 2015.
All right, and so that assessment therefore allows for that more localised analysis. Is that essentially what it's allowing the?
That's correct. Potentially it does, and the CRISE, the interim MFE guidance allows for that localised information to be used as a substitute to their own VLM estimates.
Right, thank you. I would just not. I guess what I'm flagging, elected members, those of you who are. I'm sure are all going to be returned. That there are some pieces of the puzzle here that might be useful to fill in. That actually, we make good decisions if we've got good information and good data. So, question is whether that would be seen as something that would be a useful contribution to the decisions that are going to have to be made. And I'm thinking, on the basis of what I'm hearing, that it might be worth something worth commissioning for the broader strategic discussion that needs to happen, because it's certainly the advice, the thinking in the Tonkin and Taylor report. Councillor Fulton, and then I'm going to probably look to put this report aside until, and we'll come back to it later once we've got the debt information.
Sorry, I had my hand up by accident.
Okay.
I'd ask my questions. Thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions for the team? Not at this point in time. Okay, well then we're going to put this one aside until we've got the debt emails. Thank you, Councillor Sanson, and then we'll come back to that once the council officers have had a look at that. I want to be really clear on what the role of DAP is before you start making your decisions, so they need a chance to look at that. All right, we'll go now to the next report, which is the Central Library Development Project Progress Report to the end of August. Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Alec. I should have said goodbye to John, so please pass on my thanks to him. Tēnā koe, Ajith. Thank you for joining us.
Kia ora, Mayor.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe, Alice. Thank you. Now you'll find Ajith and Alice's report on page 88 of your agenda, and it's item 10. So I'll hand over to you both, and if there are any corrections or additions that you need to make to the report, we'll take those now. Otherwise, we'll take the report as read, but you may wish to précis some particular parts of it, Alice.
Through the chair, there's one correction in section 4.5.3. We refer to the sustainability objectives being provided in paragraph 4.5.5.
Right, hang on a moment, Alice, because most of us work on page numbers, so just a second.
Sorry, so page 92.
Wonderful, thank you.
Page 92 under the sustainability objectives. We had previously included the sustainability objectives because we were proposing to make a decision on them. We then took them out, which is why the reference is incorrect, because they're no longer there. So instead you'll see the objectives when the report is brought through to you in the new triennium.
Right,
to make a decision. So that's one correction. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Edgar for spotting that. Otherwise I'll take the report as read. Probably the thing that's really rather than focusing on, so I'll focus on some positives, and that's really just a case of wanting to highlight to elected members the valuable pre-engagement discussions that we've been having with a number of stakeholders around the city, which has been summarised for you, some of the threads that they've been saying on pages 94, 95 and 96. And certainly we continue to have those discussions. I met with Chris Rodley from SNAP today, and I'm meeting with MSD, their Public Service Commission person this afternoon. So we're continuing to have those conversations and to gather the sort of broad cross-section of views from key influencers in different sectors, so that we're getting that to inform our process. So that continues to be a very valuable piece of work. Otherwise, just open it up to the elected members for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the team? Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. And through the chair, page 90, where it talks about the site negotiations and that a draft pre-development agreement is now largely complete. Can you just give me a nutshell on what that actually is? Is that something that we've given some direction on to go away and do, or is it another piece of work?
Usually matters in relation to negotiation are in a confidential agenda, so I'm not sure if the officers are in a position to provide me
Probably
updates
a high level answer might be sufficient. I don't expect any detail, just whether we've given some direction on that.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question. So Council approved as one of the first actions that it wanted staff to resolve through the library process was to negotiate the land exchange with Wakatu and then come back with a report on that. So we've progressed that land exchange negotiation pretty comprehensively now, to the point where we have what we call a pre-development agreement draft that would come to Council for consideration. However, that is very dependent on the decision that Council makes on the report that Mr. Levertis has just presented, because of course it is 100% site related.
So just to clarify, it's a piece of work that's sort of come as a result of the negotiations that will now be drawn up and brought back to the council for their input. Is that?
That's correct. It's a piece of work that is part of the negotiation process to enable council and Wakatu, of course, to make a decision within the negotiation process, and will be brought back to council at the appropriate time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Riga.
Kia ora. I'm not sure if you can answer this, or maybe it's for Nikki Harrison. So just I'm on page 97, the expenditure to date. So give or take, we've spent 580,000 to date.
Through the chair, yeah. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So if this or a smaller library doesn't progress, how these costs then can't be capitalised to the project, and so how would they need to be funded? And then my second part of that question is, could they then be funded as any upgrades of the existing library, or would they need to be OPEX?
So through the chair, if there is no progress on, so the expenditure that's been specifically incurred in relation to that site, if it doesn't progress on that site, it would become OPEX. And in terms of how that was incorporated into a potential, a similar library, sorry, Deputy Mayor, could you repeat the second question?
So the second part of it was, can it be capitalised towards any other library project, or is it specific for this one? So for example, if a future council chose to just upgrade the existing one, could these costs be part of that, capitalised as part of that project?
So through the chair, I think I sort of answered it in the first question. You'd have to go through line by line and actually work out which ones are actually adding to the value of an asset versus need to be expensed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions? There's no one on screen. All right, so this is a receiving report, isn't it? We're getting an update. Are there any decisions to be made? No, this is a receiving report. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Skinner. Thank you. Any debate? I'd just like to speak in support of it. Thank you very much for the work that you've been doing. This is a really complex project, and I just want to thank you for the quality of reporting that you're bringing up to the Library Governance Group. I'm finding it very helpful. I think it's a good process, and certainly in response to the questions that Councillor O'Neill-Stevens had before around, the multiple strands of work that are going on. I just thank you for the way that you're bringing those forward to the governance group, because it is actually really helping with that strategic overview. And complex project, and certainly in terms of that engagement work, I think we'll come back to the other report, but just the quality of the engagement, the feedback that I'm getting in terms of the richness of what is there is invaluable. So thank you very much for the work. Good. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now, would you like to take an early lunch? Would you like to do that? Oh, gosh.
Very long afternoon.
It is going to be a long afternoon, so we'll need to take a tea break as well. So we have to take a tea break. So we'll take an early lunch break and we'll start again at, let's say, 1 o'clock. Do you want 50 minutes for lunch? Yep. All right, but we will have to keep the pace on this afternoon, so we've still got reports to bring back. And now I just need to check with the officers, any of the consultants, does that create any issues for anybody in terms of our time frame? That's all right, we can manage that. All right, so we'll be back. I want to start right on 1 o'clock, so if you can be here maybe at 5 too. Kia ora, thank you. Well, they can't hear me. Kia ora tātou. I'm just checking to see who we've got on Zoom before we get underway. We've got a quorum in the chamber. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll just give our elected members on Zoom a moment to come back online.
I'm here, Rachel.
Oh, thank you, Kate. All right, I think we've got a quorum, so we'll recommence our meeting. Kia ora koutou. We are partway through our agenda. We're going to continue with the next item, which is item 28, which is the supplementary agenda. Tangi Green Meadows Centre Project External Review, and you'll find that report in the supplementary agenda commencing on page 3. I will invite Fiona McLeod and Gordon Hassett to join the meeting. Tina Korua, welcome. Gordon is from RDT Pacific, and I'll just go to Councillor McGurk, who wants to just note an interest.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just note an interest in this, an interest that is my son is employed by RDT Pacific.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor McGurk's son has not been involved in this review at all, but he has declared his son's employment in his interest register, so he's just noting that now. So I'll hand over to Fiona. Fiona will take the report as read. If there are any corrections or additions that we need to be aware of, you can highlight those now. And if there's any material that you wish to précis, we'll also cover that off. Kia ora.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is one addition that we want to make to the report, and it is already up on the screen there. We are proposing the addition of the further resolution, which directs the Chief Executive to consider and report back within 12 months on the implementation of the recommendations for improvement in the delivery of large vertical building projects. The other thing that I did just want to note up front, and I think this is clear in the report, but I want to reiterate that the focus of the external review is on council and the organisation's processes for managing large construction projects, what went wrong with Green Meadows and how we can improve our processes to avoid similar issues in the future. And there's good reason why that's the focus. The role of other parties is outside the scope of the review. And there's good reason for that. Council is subject to strict confidentiality obligations under the terms of settlement with other parties. So any discussion in this forum today on the role that other parties may or may not have had does risk breaching the settlement agreement. So the focus for today needs to stay firmly on council and the organisation's role. So I'm happy to answer questions that elected members might have on the report, and we've also got, as the Mayor introduced, Gordon Hassett here, who is one of the review team and authors of the report to answer questions on the review findings.
Gordon, are there any opening comments that you would like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything particular. I'll respond to questions on any matter in the report, but nothing to add at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just say before we open for questions, I'd just like to thank RDT Pacific for the work that you've done here. You went through a very thorough process, spoke to a lot of people, tested the information, and I just really want to commend you for the work that you have done. It is fulsome and it is helpful, and we just appreciate the way that you ran the process. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Right, I'll open for questions at the Deputy Mayor first.
Yeah, mine's just probably more a noting. I sent through proposed wording for resolution 3 and just thank Fiona for the version that's gone up, and yeah, that meets my concerns. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I think I endorse that importance of being more active rather than passive in what is resolved, and I think there was correspondence from Councillor Noonan on that matter as well. So thank you for making the adjustment. Now, opening for questions. Any questions? Councillor Courtney.
Can I have some more explanation about 2? I've also had a conversation with Councillor Gail Noonan and was in agreement with her that there needed to be some actions come out of this piece of work. Excellent piece of work, I might add. And I had a look at page 18 of the report, and under that it said business case, project brief, governance and project delivery framework, procurement strategy, implementation strategy. And I thought that all of those, and I really would appreciate some guidance, this is only to be constructive, should form part of the recommendation that we have before us today as a template, more or less, for others to follow. That this is when we have these major projects, that this is the core areas that we need to focus on.
Do we have a response from the Chief Executive? Thank you.
So we've already identified some of the things we have improved on, but the intention is to pick up the direction in the report and implement changes as we can, and make sure that we do report back in 12 months on what we have done to implement those changes. Alec or Andrew could probably comment a little bit more on some of the changes we have already made in terms of the way we're managing the library project. But certainly our intention is to report back on the general thrust of the on the direction of the recommendations.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor Rachel, the first one I would draw your attention to is the project brief. You know, there was no project brief, and the recommendation is, you know, that the lack of a project brief meant that there was no single point of reference, and so it goes on. And so I would have thought, and I'm not sure whether she's talking to me but not speaking. I can't hear her words, but that doesn't matter. I think I'm on the same page. I just think that those sort of significant things like a project brief, that should be recorded and be an action that is taken when we do have future major projects that we're developing. That's one example, but there are 5 others there on page 18 of the review report and the executive summary. There are 5 more there.
Thank you. And are you feeling that the covering report doesn't adequately are you saying you're not sure that the covering report adequately addresses those matters that are raised in the
Yes, the report
review
does, but I think it'll be lost over time. I just want something there to draw our attention to it. It'll just be lost in the system. I think as we progress, I would like to think that these significant matters that have been recommended that we look at and include, that we should implement, are somehow recorded. Would Councillor Noonan like to add to that?
I guess my concern prior to that additional resolution was that there wasn't a direction. It was just a receiving and a noting. And because I was the chair at the time and Councillor Courtney was the deputy, we have had it. I did give him a call last night to just see how he felt about the report and whether he thought we needed a bit more direction, which he agreed that we did need some direction. I do think that will probably be encompassed in that second resolution that's now been put up. It's really important that these things are followed, and I have confidence they will be now. I don't think the Green Meadows report, the building or anything else is going to get lost over time. I think it will always be something that we refer back to. So I'm, unless the Chief Executive has considered what we've just said and whether he's comfortable with what's there and it encompasses the concerns that you've expressed, I'm feeling, as I said, okay with what's put there, but he may want to add a little more. But I'm happy with it as it is.
All right. So maybe I'm sort of now understanding a little bit about where the dialogue is going. So is the issue that you actually want the specifics in terms of the recommendations, which I would pull out from pages of our agenda, pages 51 and 52, which are the recommendations at 5.2 of the external review clued up report. And if I've picked the wrong section, Fiona or Gordon, please let me know.
That's the correct section that sets out the recommendations.
Yes. So then maybe just for clarity, because I do understand that is important. So we always go back to what it is that we need to be learning, that we report back on the implementation of the recommendations as set out in section 5.2 of the name of the document with its relevant reference number, which would be I think the wording that's in the receiving recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I believe that would suffice. I think if it actually references back to the original document, I think that'll be very helpful.
Thank you. All right. Well, we'll make sure. I think we'll give Robin a few moments. But Robin, is it making sense to you as the recorder of all the measures? That's fabulous. Thank you.
I think if we should call it the recommendations as set out in 5. Oh, you're going to refer to the attachment?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The title will go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think it's a very good suggestion. Thank you, both of you. All right. Any further questions? No questions on screen? Councillor Noonan?
I don't have a question. I'd very much like to move it because it's sort of the end of a thing that's going on. I'd like to move that it's received. It's direct to Chief Executive.
Would you like to move the recommendation?
I would.
Seconded by Councillor Courtney. Thank you. Before we move, Councillor Brand.
Sorry, I just have a concern. With the Central Library Development Organisation chart attached, just to show that implementation of changes are starting after what happened at the Green Meadows, I'd just actually like it noted that I have a concern that the quality assurance framework is not sitting where it needs to sit in this organisational chart, but because this is just the report for the Green Meadows and taking what's needed from that to go forward on major projects, I'd just like it noted at this time and bring it back to a proper conversation around that, if that's possible.
Right, I have to think about how we'd transact that. So you heard me ask the question earlier on around the Better Business Case guidance, to which Mr. White answered the question. And so part of when I'm looking, as I said, when I'm looking at today's agenda and my opening comments today, is that many of the reports we're receiving actually relate to other reports. So when I'm reading this review, I'm reflecting, as you have, on some of the other major projects that we're having presented to us today and saying, well, actually, have the recommendations that are in this document actually been reflected in the other projects that we're talking about today? So is that a similar issue that you're raising?
Yeah, right, because I have raised that, and I did use the Green Meadows as the example of what we don't want if we were looking at a significant major project like the new library, and about where the quality assurance framework sits to ensure the project is delivered on time, on budget, with appropriate supervision and check off for quality standards.
So I would imagine, it's really for the officers to respond to that. So let's go to Mr. White to see whether he could give us some advice about where that resolution, where that will come into play. You recall that was part of the long-term plan deliberations process.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the question. So I probably just need to clarify, we're talking about in terms of what we've learned from Green Meadows, because council has already approved the delivery structure and program for the library project. So if as a result of Green Meadows, council still thinks there's some improvement that can be made to that program, then we could come back to get that adapted, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just think it needs to sit, based on the report from the Green Meadows, it just needs to sit in a better place than off to a side.
All right, so I'd look at page 54, where that is specifically covered under the quality assurance lead section in that flow chart that you've got on page 54.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
So
I don't believe it sits there. I think it sits.
Oh, okay. So you think it should be higher up in that process?
Yes, I do, because that change of reporting is only what's indicated in that box, and then they report back to. And I feel that the oversight of the project should be on that from the start, and then fed down to that, not sort of fed back to it.
All right. Well, look, we've got Gordon here. We might, and because this has been attached to this report, so it's within the scope of asking questions about it. So it would be useful to get your thoughts, Gordon, if you could, on whether that is in the right place or whether there needs to be a change as councillor suggesting. Sorry to put you on the spot, but while you're here, we might as well get valuable knowledge.
Qualifying what I might say, in the sense that I know nothing about the library project, and that the structure will be the appropriate structure will be driven by the choice of delivery model that you have, and I don't know what that is. So this is very generic statement. What I would say about quality management in its totality, in a traditional project setup, your project manager that you would engage would be responsible for functions like time, cost, quality, risk in particular, and normally that they would be held accountable for the quality system and therefore need to have some level of control over it. Having said that, that's just an assumption that it's a traditional model. There are all sorts of other models where, it could be an internal function, it could be an external function, it could be a function of a contractor in it if it were a design and build type of arrangement. So there are a lot of choices. I'm not trying to duck the question. It's just I don't know the context.
All right, so I think what that highlights is that there needs to be a live discussion. And Councillor Brand, if you're looking at that chart at the moment, because that is what's driving the project, and you feel it isn't addressing what it needs, it isn't in the right place, and that needs to be followed up.
Yeah, I do, because I took from the Green Meadows report that the on-site and oversight of the project management and the supervision and the sign-off, which falls under the quality assurance framework, was one of the issues.
All right, thank you, Sam. What I suggest you do is that you follow that up with a note to the library governance group, and we can put that onto our agenda for consideration. So that would be the best way to address that.
Thank you.
No problem at all. All right, any other questions? Councillor McGurk.
Just a question. I'm just trying to get out of my head around the difference between sort of governance oversight and operational oversight and the crossover. And I'm just, when you talk about the sort of the project governance oversight, where would you draw the expertise for that? Is that from the governors, or would you bring that in? And how would you distinguish that with, say, the project governance, the project operational project management oversight?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The governance is usually largely drawn from the governance of the organisation, but it's quite common to have that group supplemented with some sort of expert advisor or external party who is expert in the subject matter. So really what the governance group is concerned with the business case level matters. So the basis on which the investment decision was made is what the governance group typically would be looking at, understanding and having reported to them progress against whatever the deliverables that were promised in the business case. Usually the benefits, but also the risks that are in the business case, and at the highest level, budget, time, those sorts of issues, but not at a detailed level. The operational, in other words, the management oversight of the project, I would expect to be having reported to them the type of KPIs, let's call them, that would sit in the brief. So those would be at a lower level of abstraction. There would be more detail, and I would expect project managers to report to the management group, and then the management group to take it up a level to report to usually a project director or somebody who would be on the project management group, would report then to the governance group at that higher level of taking out a lot of the detail.
Yeah, okay. So the question I have is, if around the governance table, in your view, does good practice look like? Would the governors need to sort of contract in some specific expertise?
It is common for that to happen. It's not universal though. I know that you have, for instance, John Peters in a different role around the audit committee. A person like John, who has been in a leadership role in a number of development projects, you might think, well, we've already got a person like that. There may be people around the table, I'm not sure of everyone's background, but I spend a good deal of my time on other people's governance groups, so it does happen a lot. Yes.
Yeah. No, I suppose the angle I'm trying to get at is that, in terms of governance, I suppose that having the capacity there that they're asking the right questions, or knowing which questions to ask.
Yeah, I think that is a key fundamental role of people on the governance group, is to be prepared to ask the questions, particularly as things get harder and there's more pressure not to ask the questions. That's the time to be asking the questions.
Yeah.
And often just plain, I might speak as, not pumping my own tyres here, but I might say I'm an expert in projects. But sometimes, people with just plain common sense who are prepared to speak up and be thought of as silly until it turns out they're not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I would comment in that regard that the degree of questioning undertaken by the chair and the deputy chair, the mayor, the elected members, was robust and consistent. Mr. Peters was asking questions. There were a lot of questions answered. The unfortunate part is set out on page 45 of the report, and that the information was not shared at the governance level. Now, the structure relies on all parties operating in an open and transparent way, and when that falls over, you establish some very, very significant risks on a project, and that is essentially a part of what we saw realised. That I just have to say at this point, the hours and hours of work that Councillor Noonan put into asking, checking, applying common sense, bringing in knowledge from the community, putting that in front of, to formulate her questions. I just want to be very clear that I could not think of a more diligent chair in the work that she did in her role. And I don't want any inference in this meeting that the chair of the committee did not go above and beyond everything she could possibly do. She put everything to me. We tested that again. I just don't want that to be left as an innuendo in this meeting, because I could not speak more highly of the integrity of Councillor Noonan and the way that she did everything she could to try and keep this project to undertake her due diligence as a governor.
I would say that in our investigation, we never found anything that would have inferred that there was anything less than diligence in that area. A difficulty with the projects is that once you've got a contractor or a contract in place, the project has a momentum which you can stop it, but you would be very reluctant to stop it. It's a very expensive process to stop it, or even to slow it down. So you can get caught up, which is one of the reasons why that upfront planning work is so important.
Any further questions for Gordon or Fiona? No further questions on screen. Pat, I'm just going to come to you and give you an opportunity just to speak to this report, because it is a significant report that we're receiving today, and I do think that we need to hear from you as Chief Executive in relation to the commitments that have been made and the work that you've done, and actually the recognition that it was a very painful process for many people. That's acknowledged in the report, that it caused considerable distress to both elected members and staff, and also considerable distress to the community. I want to acknowledge the process that's operated to reach a settlement on this project, and we can't speak about that today, but I want to thank all of the officers that worked and the consultants and the support for the settlement process. That was conducted, in my view, extremely well, and I thank you for that, but I would hope this organisation never gets to the point where we have to enter into a process like this again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this has dominated nearly 4.5 of the 5 years I've been here, Green Meadows. And I do want to acknowledge Alec Lavertis, who was huge. I mean, one of the comments that DLA Piper made was, once we realised things were going awry, we responded really well and did a really good job of getting things fixed. And that was all down to Alec, who lived and breathed that project for nearly a year at great personal toll. We learnt our lessons very quickly. It's been great to get this report to identify what more we need to do, but we've provided you a list of the things that we changed very quickly, because there was no chance of us carrying on until we knew what had gone wrong. We have taken it very seriously. As Fiona touched on, it took us some time to get through mediation, which meant that this report has taken a long time to come here. It's not because we weren't willing and keen to learn the lessons and learn them formally, and we think that Clued Up's done a great job and given us a blueprint for the future. Because let's face it, we don't do many of these major vertical infrastructure jobs, so this will be the Bible that we refer to from now on. And yes, there's no doubt that there is a commitment to implementing the rest of these decisions, and we're very happy with the recommendation as the additional recommendation that has been included. No, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? No debate. In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Noonan. I was too quick.
I was waiting for a right of reply, but in the absence of no one, I will say a few words.
Thank you very much.
As the Chief Executive said, it's taken 4.5 years, really. It's taken a little longer for those of us that were here longer, because we were there from the beginning. I'd just like to say thank you to the working party, who actually gave a lot of their time to get this report in the format that it is today, which is a very easy to read report. Include Up have done a very easy to read report, and that's quite difficult with the technical data that they've had to sort through many documents. They interviewed the people that have mentioned in the report. They did that in a most respectful way. They pulled all the common themes together, which I don't know, they're very brilliant, actually, I'd have to say. Also need to acknowledge that the notes, the copious notes that were kept by our staff, have assisted us greatly, actually, both in the settlement and in this report. And so I just, on that, it's a report that I think will help the future building developments that council undertakes. Very important that we get it right, and very important that ongoing councils get it right. So yeah, I'm going to leave it there. I'm pleased that we got it through in this term of council, because it's always nice to be able to close the chapter on something that you've had a lot to do with over a long time. So really pleased that it's got through before we close the door on our time here. So thank you.
I put the motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, now we are probably going to go. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you, Fiona. Now we've got to go backwards in the agenda to the. How did we got on with the Nelson Central Library flood modelling and flood mitigation plan update? We had left that, and I see there has been some correspondence in the. I'll just pick that up. So have you had a chance to look at that, Chief Executive?
Yes,
in the break. Thank you. Would you like to just give us an update of where we're at? Just need your microphone on.
So we haven't got a copy of the exchange of information from Councillor Sanson. And our climate change manager at the moment is presenting at a conference, so I can't exactly call on her either. I do recall the discussion that we had at the time was, should this be part of the DAP process? And the response at that stage was, no, we were confident that we could build a library on this site that could stand alone and wouldn't impinge on any DAP process that went ahead. In fact, we thought that this could be an exemplar of how the community could adapt to living beside a river. The one thing that has changed that now is the combination of ground movement and this little bit more sea level rise has meant that what was going to be a 500 millimetre lift at that Halifax Street intersection is now 800 millimetres, and which is why we've asked for a deferral until we look at how we would get access to this building, in 100 years' time, and through king tides. We still think, well, we need to know what those answers are to decide whether that impinges on a DAP process or not, and that's one of the things we need to consider. But with the modelling that we had done based on the MFE's original sea level rise projections, we were comfortable that it did not need that. But that will be part of the considerations when we report back with the answers. Is this need to be part of a bigger project, of the bigger DAP project or not? But the consequence of it being part of the bigger DAP project is that's a 5 to 10 year project, and that would have consequences for that site. But as you already pointed out, Madam Mayor, we need to do a strategic analysis of that site, and that'll be part of that.
I'll go to Councillor Sanson, and then I'll come back to how I might approach this item. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So, yeah, I don't feel comfortable sharing, I guess, private correspondence without checking that with the person I corresponded with first, so I'm not able to share that publicly. But I would like to request that it be noted in the minutes that I believe it is best practice that we should be undertaking a project-specific DAP planning process for the library project in this location.
Right, thank you.
I have requested that previously, and I know that a number of members of the community have also requested a similar thing, people involved with climate change work.
All right, thank you. No, I do understand that. It's just that you raised in a public meeting the opinions of experts, and so there are other experts that then had to consider that, but I do understand you'd have to give notice on that. I'm also conscious that you have asked us on multiple occasions, and I think it's material to the decision making, and so we're going to have to leave this one to another day until the staff who have the relevant expertise are able to give some advice on that matter to us. I think it's quite important. So when they're out of the conference, they can pop in and have a chat to us about what their views are so that we can consider that in our decision making, because it is important. There are quite material differences in terms of timeframes that would apply if a broader DAP process is required in order to make decisions, and they need to be taken into account in the thinking that the council is going to do. So that one's going to have to wait till we can get that information to the table. I think it's absolutely appropriate, Councillor Sanson, and I thank you for raising it.
Thanks very much, Madam.
No problem. Right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Almatuna Library ceiling tiles item, and that is on it's item 11 on your agenda. It is on page 99, and we have who's coming to talk to us today? We have Rebecca and Van Orden. And Rebecca, I'll let you introduce the team who are here. We've got some external advisors and some of our staff, so I'll let you do the introductions. Tēnā koutou, welcome to our hui.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'd like to introduce Joel and Lucy from our Capital Projects team, and Georgia Whitler, who is representing Becca today. And also, if I may just introduce Tess, she's our new property asset planner that has just joined the team.
Kia ora, welcome to you all. Thank you. Rebecca, we're going to take the report as read, unless there are any corrections or additions that you need to make to the report, or anything you particularly want to highlight.
Through the Mayor, no corrections.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll open for questions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, can you clarify? It says on, there was a number of cross-referencing. So at 4.12, page 102, it says there is currently no earthquake-prone building notice in place for the Almatuna Library. But all the works, and then I'm looking also at the table on page 104, seem to be very much about seismic. So why is there no earthquake-prone building notice when the risks, as outlined in the table, seem to be all about earthquake-prone, and the works is all about seismic risk?
Through the Mayor, we have had a conversation with Council's regulator for the earthquake-prone buildings part of the Building Act. The secondary components, detailed seismic assessment was provided to the regulator in July, and that has not been progressed. The regulator is aware that we are making some progress on that property, so they would not jump straight in and put a notice on the building. They're aware that we're working through this project, and also that we're seeking more information with the structural detailed seismic assessment as well.
Sorry, if I'm just probably going to need you to just repeat some of that again for me, because I'm just still slightly struggling with, because we have a receiving report here. So why are we still only at a receiving stage when we closed the bulk of the library in June?
Through the chair, we are still getting more information through. So we have completed the detailed seismic assessment for the ceiling tiles. And that information allowed us to open up, do some work and open up a portion of the library as the pop-up library. We have got options that have been provided by Becca on the next steps, but we will require more funding, more budgeted capital funding to do those next stages and to open up more of the library. We have got the structural detailed seismic assessment in progress, which we're expecting to see at the end of October, which may have implications on any additional work that needs to take place, particularly because the guidelines were updated in 2017 and the detailed seismic assessment was prior to that in 2014 was the last DSA.
So just in relation to those next steps, and I guess it's hard to know what's going to be said in October, but you did mention the likelihood of additional funding. So has there been a different discussion? Because, you're the infrastructure project team, yours is more around that side of it. But have we looked at library services? Have we looked at, what is the level of investment required versus the life of the building when there are discussions about another library, and then the time frame of this being potentially all bar closed, very restricted services, and whether we should be looking at library services. And I don't know whether that's in your brief, but if it's not, then you maybe need to expand your team so it is part of the overall project brief.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for the question. Certainly our library manager is quite deeply involved in the project team around this, and that is a very important question. And as we understand how long potentially the library is going to be closed, that becomes a much more important conversation. It has significant costs associated with it as well. And we have some of that information, but not all of it at this point.
So just if I can do a final follow-up. So the report that it says is coming end of October or to the next council meeting this calendar year. So is that going to include a full analysis of, this is the investment required, these are the options around renting, relocating, et cetera, et cetera. So is that option analysis work going to be as part of that decision that comes later this year?
So through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. Yes, I believe that what we need to consider once we've understood the cost of the ceiling tiles and how long that will take, as well as the DSA information, I think then we need to look at the options of investing in that building, how long that potentially could be for, versus finding an alternate rental space. So it will be one of the options that will be considered in that report.
Thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Noonan, I just want to do, and I did say at the start of the meeting, that we're going to spend some time with a rear vision mirror, okay, because it is important that we do to understand how we got to here. It's a little bit like the report we've just had, and we have got to a situation that is significantly unsatisfactory in terms of delivering library services, right? So we've now got, and I might get Serena to come down and see us in a moment to explain just what is not being able to be delivered at the moment. So we'll do that in a moment. But I just need to understand a little bit better. When was council, because we know that we've got a facilities and activity management plan signed out, and I haven't done nearly the amount of inquisitorial work on the library as I did on the Civic House, but because frankly with an emergency event I just haven't had time. But was the 2014 the first DSA that was done? And what did it say? Did it find we had an earthquake prone building at that stage with heavy ceiling tiles that could a life safety, we're a safety risk, life safety risk?
Through the chair, I don't probably have the full amount of detail, but in that detailed seismic assessment, it was identified that the ceiling tiles were heavyweight and were likely to be a risk. The percentage MBS for the building was 42%.
42%.
42%. So at that point, it wasn't considered to be an earthquake-prone building, but we were aware at that point of the potential risk of the ceiling tiles.
All right, and that prompted the. So I'm just wondering what the regulator was doing. So at that point, they're saying that was when we were at 33% before you became an earthquake-prone building. Was that right? But Georgia, thank you, Georgia. You might be able to help me out with this because I'm.
Through the chair, I think I can help here a little bit. So the original DSA was done in 2013, I believe. I'm not sure of the exact date. It might have been 2014. The important fact is that it predated the current assessment guidelines, and the assessments that were done before that date weren't required to include what we call secondary structural or non-structural elements, and that includes suspended ceilings. So that assessment did not assess the ceilings in the library at that time. The results of that assessment were for the primary structure only and had an assessed score of 42% MBS.
It would have been where we had the conversations around the wall, right? That was the wall that used to be between Mediterranean Foods, and I think there were some issues with that wall and the walkway down towards the library.
I wasn't involved.
All right, okay. I do have some recollection about that one. So I'm just was puzzled as to why the ceiling tiles weren't part of that. You've explained why, because they were part of the secondary fabric. So then how did we get to the point that there must have been something else then happens that gets it into an activity management plan? So then what happens?
So through the chair, my understanding is that with the discussions around the ceiling tiles in Civic House, it was identified that there were similar, well, what was thought to be similar ceiling tiles in our Matuna Library. Serena might be able to add to that, but that was my understanding of how that came about, that it ended up in an asset management plan.
All right, so there was the ceiling company that did the assessment here. Did they pop across the road and do the same sort of looking over at Matuna Library as what they did here in 2017? Round about 217. Somebody must. Thanks, Serena. Pop on down. We'll find a spot for you in the. Given it's. Kia ora, Serena. Thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Mayor and elected members. There was some investigative work done at around 2017. I'm not sure if that was done in relation to the activity management plan, but I believe it was.
All right, okay.
Yeah. So but with contractors.
All right. So by that stage, we know, because we can see it, so there were about 217, and it'll be popping through, presumably, the normal reporting cycles into feeding up for where budgets need to go. So we've got then a $200,000 budget set aside to complete the work, and that should have been completed by 2022, I think, from memory. And I guess my questions are, if we'd identified, why didn't we proceed? Why didn't we proceed with that work?
Through the chair, there was further investigation undertaken when the work was about to commence. It was at that point, unfortunately, that it was clear to the contractor that there was heating within the ceiling tiles, and that had not been part of the original scope that had been given to the contractor. So they, at that point, the project was put on hold for further investigation into what would be required to either to look at bracing the ceiling or replacing with lightweight tiles as was planned, but then replacing the heating system for the library. So further investigation was going to be required
to do that, and that would have required additional capital funding as well.
And how was it reported to the elected members?
Through the chair.
Is it in the quarterly report?
There was quarterly reports through to the Community and Recreation Subcommittee.
Councillor Skinner, is that something you're familiar with?
No, I wasn't familiar with that. It wasn't brought to my attention. I'm aware.
All right. So I'm just, and this is really a question, so I can see in the looking at the Civic House material that certainly this was a subject that was on SLT agendas, so that was being reported, because I remember reading that as we went through. So what I'm interested in is, from a health and safety perspective, how you reconcile not undertaking the work, and that's really a question for the Chief Executive. Because this is a dilemma that we're in now, that we've now shut a critical asset. So I do understand that you've got, and certainly in the activity management plan, it was recognised in there that we were going to do the library upgrade, but this project was still funded because it was a health and safety concern. So I'm just trying to understand how that got reconciled from a life safety risk perspective.
So a few comments. It would be useful if we'd had all these questions in advance, Madam Mayor, and we could have probably been better prepared to answer them. I mean, that is the working practice, is it not? That questions are emailed through so staff can be well prepared for the answers. So we're prepared and looking forward.
I'm just going to take a brief adjournment, Council, just for a moment. Thank you. We'll come back into session. This has been an enormous agenda to get through. I have worked till the early hours of the morning. I've got as much as I can get through. I think these are reasonable questions to be asking that come to the heart of why we're here, which is one of the issues that we have is actually around health and safety. So I have to ask those questions, and it's important they're on public record. So I just need to try and understand that. If Chief Executive, if you're needing more time to consider those answers, then I'm happy to adjourn this item and bring it back later.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan, I'm just wondering if we can have all the questions and then maybe... Oh, that's probably a good idea. So let's just pause the adjournment. That would be a very good idea, because there might be other elected members. So we'll pause that and then we'll just get all the questions and we'll see where we go from there. So shall I? Thank you, Councillor Noonan. And I do want to come back to Serena, just to actually, while we're here, Serena, if you wouldn't mind,
definitely have to
just to talk about what services we're having to restrict at the moment.
And that's where my focus. I did send some questions through. I would like to know if any consideration's been given to looking elsewhere, relocating the library, when we've been given in a report that the spend could be between 1 and 2.5 million to do this piece of work. Why would we not consider relocating services to another part of the city? And also, given that we've got live resolutions on the books that we're going to get a new library. So at some point they would have to move out in any case. So I guess the first question is, has any consideration been given to looking at to relocate the services of the library?
So through the chair, I responded to the Deputy Mayor before that we have started to look at other alternative sites, and that would be one of the options brought up to the next decision-making report when we have the full answer about what the DSA is as well.
So Madam Mayor, I just don't understand why we would put more millions of dollars into a building that is planned to be either renovated completely or deconstructed. I just don't understand why we're considering that. So I'll just leave that with some thinking. But that leads on to my main, which was the email that I did send, was that there are massive drop in increase in services to the public. I did go over there in the lunch break, and it's a bit bigger than it was, but it's just not possible to, and we can go to Serena and see what services we are not having because of the condition of the building at the moment.
Thank you. Serena, we will come across to you. This is something Councillor and I have been discussing over the last few days, our really deep concern about how critical library services are to the wellbeing of community. And certainly the feedback that we've been getting from some sectors of our community is that they're missing actually critical support that they need to function in society. And I just wonder if you could run through what you're able to do and what you're not able to do at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. For you, Madam Chair. I guess I first want to start off with acknowledging what we can do, because we can do a lot, which is really great. And then I'll get to the things that we are unable to do, which, yeah, absolutely, there is a fair bit there. So what we can do is provide full access to library collections, and that's done through the freeholds. It is done through just sheer hard work of staff actually on the ground doing that each and every day. So collection usage has dropped, but not as big a drop as perhaps we were expecting given the size of the pop-up library. Visitor numbers and usage has increased at both Nightingale Library and Stoke Libraries. IT usage at those branch libraries has also increased. So we are seeing members of the community using those two branch libraries more. The Nightingale Library, the opening hours have increased. There's more use of the meeting room in that space, which is really great. We've also upped our online services and resources so that we can meet people that way. In regards to programming and outreach, so certain outreach has remained relatively stable, things like home delivery, services to schools and early childhood, places like that, retirement villages, etc. In terms of actual programming, a lot of programming we have moved off-site, so to places like Nekau House, the Women's Centre, Aged Concern, Founders Park, etc. So a lot of those regular programming is just in a new location. It is still facilitated by libraries, so it is actually quite resourcing intensive to keep those community events and programs running, but we are managing to do that. Our children's services, in terms of programming, etc., that has reduced quite dramatically, just because it's really difficult to find locations for that. So a lot of the children's after-school programs, etc., and some of the daily preschool programs have stopped. One of the key losses is the activity room, which I'm sure you elected members have been in once or twice for different events, and that's a low-cost facility, and obviously that's no longer available for rental and for use by different community groups, and I think that's had quite a big impact. And there's also the learning centre, another space within the library, which was used quite regularly by community groups. The other loss is the physical access, I guess, to that heritage space. There's a heritage room in the library which has amazing taonga and materials, and that's no longer visibly accessible, and that was used quite heavily for research purposes. So it's still, content is still accessible via library staff, but for many people, the ability to browse, and I guess this goes for the wider collection, is incredibly important. really helps make a literate society. So as soon as you reduce a collection, obviously you're reducing that component of what we deliver. Computer services, IT services have been reduced, but that is steadily increasing. It is challenging. What we are seeing, I guess, in the pop-up is now that people are getting to know about it more, is that when it gets quite busy, it's very full. So Saturday mornings, etc. And people will come in, there won't be a seat space or a table space, and they might turn around and leave, unfortunately. So I guess that's a broad brush overview there, Madam Mayor.
Serena, thank you very much. And look, can you please pass on back our appreciation on behalf of all the elected members for the work that you and your team are doing. I feel like this is just after managing through COVID and having to deliver things in different ways. I mean, look, it's probably great practice for the scenario that we're in, but it's also very exhausting. So I just want to thank them very much. Thank you and your team for everything you're doing. Right, are there any further questions before we adjourn this item in relation to Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question that's been asked to me of me by a number of people, and I just want to read an email, if that's okay. I won't identify who it was from, but it's from someone who's keeping an eye on the library and is frustrated. And forgive me because it may have been addressed somewhere, but I think these questions are still out there. So this gentleman says, when I went past this morning, none of the ceiling tiles in the main areas of the library have been changed out yet. This is a very simple job that any competent ceiling fixer could have handled in a couple of weeks, along with the other services to change over the fire alarm sensors, etc. Can you find out why it is taking so long to do such a simple job? Is there a simple answer to that question?
Who'd like to have a go at that one?
Through the chair, I think that our public relations around the work required to fix the ceiling tiles at the library has been amazing. I'd really like to thank the communications team for everything that they've done, and for Serena as well. It's not an easy fix. So the ceiling tiles themselves are very heavyweight. The reason we can't just pull them out is because of the heating, the system being within the tiles. So we would, the plan was to replace with lightweight tiles, and that would have been simple. But that was clear at the start of the construction work that was planned that it wasn't going to be that simple. One of the options that we are looking at are either to replace with lightweight and look at a different heating source, or to leave the tiles in place with the heating source within them, embrace the ceiling. And these are the options that we'll be bringing back to the next meeting. It looks as though it should be a simple job, but it's all of the advice that we've been given is that it is not as simple as just pulling out the ceiling tiles and replacing them.
Okay, through the chair, and I know this is probably some simplistic thinking. This is probably simplistic thinking when it comes to a complex problem, but is it not possible to have the heating suspended in another way without the tiles? Retain the existing heating system, but without the tiles.
Through the chair, no. Lucy, do you want to?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Through the chair, the heating system is actually integrated into the tiles. They look exactly like the tiles here. You can't tell them apart, which is why it was missed in the first round of funding, that they are actually heated. It's not the same as the other type you see more commonly where it's just mounted into the heating. They are actual tiles themselves. I think we actually showed Councillor Skinner into the building. He's seen and held one and appreciated that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Right, any other questions? Councillor Fulton's on Zoom. You've got your hand up.
Yes, I have a quick question. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Great. Yeah, my question is, and sorry if I have not got the story right. I thought that it was 2017 that we identified that the ceiling tiles needed to be replaced with lighter tiles. And at some point in time, there's been a realisation that the tiles have heating. What date was that? What date was it that it was realised that there was heating within the tiles?
Let's go to Lucy or Rebecca. They're having a look now, trying to locate that.
I guess I'm just curious how it did get reported up, because Councillor Skinner said he doesn't recall it. I think it would have been quite important that was reported up to us so we could make a decision. I don't know if it was pre-COVID or some time ago, but I'm quite curious to get the timeline as to when we knew that the tiles were heavy and had heating in them and therefore needed replacing.
All right,
because it seems very late in the day to have this, to have had the information this year.
All right, we're just coming with that.
Through the chair, we are just checking the facts, but the activity management plan requested the $200,000. So that information was based on the fact the information wasn't available at that point, that the heating was integrated within the tiles. And that was adopted on the 9th of December, but it was of 2021. There was work that was undertaken earlier in the year. So it was after, have you got there, Serena? Sorry. We may need to come back with that information in just a few minutes if that's okay.
Right, that's okay.
Thank you.
So just a subsequent question, how could we not know that the heating source was not within the tiles? I mean, surely that's a basic kind of like understanding your buildings. I mean, how else would we, sure, if the heating wasn't in the tiles, there must have been a different heating source. So I'm just really surprised how we did not know that when that came through, that 200,000.
Through the chair, we have several types of heating systems through the building, and it's been changed through the years. We also trusted the contractor that had done the pricing would have known some of these things, perhaps. It's not just one type that is obviously heating all of the library.
Right, thank you, Lucy. All right, so you're going to come back with that information, and then we're going to have an understanding of how the decisions and the reporting worked, and then we'll have a look at this item next week.
We're going to get a copy of the, like a précis of when we received the information, and maybe some links back to where we can look them up.
That would be helpful, because that might avoid us having to answer the question. That might resolve the answer itself. I did very briefly, for those of you who don't know, my councillor Skinner's indicated he doesn't recall that, but being in a quarterly report, but we'll give the. But I don't want to put you on the spot, Councillor Skinner, if it's.
Well, I'm very clear on this topic. So, there was it was at the same time as yourself raised about the tiles. That obviously prior to that, when that was a bit earlier this year, not far before we closed it precautionary for those tiles. So no, there was nothing brought to my committee. Keep in mind that my committee started partway through the triennium, so if there was any information given to the chair prior to my taking over, that may well be the case, but I'm assured nothing would have been passed on by staff. And obviously Andrew White has been brilliant. He took over that role as well partway through the triennium. So anything prior to that, I may not have been aware of, but since I've been chair and I've kept a close eye on the library, and that's why I appreciated when it was discovered that I got the opportunity to put my head up into the attic and have a good nosy around. And I could give you my expertise on that, but that's probably what you don't want. But it comes back to the questions here, which is what the public are wanting to understand, is why can't we just swap those tiles over, which you have partially explained, and I know you've reported well to the public where we're at, but I still, my own concerns and the public's concerns is why can't we just switch to another heating system? Why can't we just peg in those tiles like there is in the report there? Why is it becoming such a long process to make that happen, and at a great expense, which is something I can't get my head around. I'll leave that till later.
All right, so that's all the questions for now, so we'll leave that one there. And how are we going for time? Well, thank you very much, and I'll hopefully be able to get that material together, and then we can progress this matter. And then Serena, I think there is certainly I know several of the councillors are really conscious of the fact that they want to get the library back to full operation as quickly as we possibly can, because the services that interactions that your team delivers are actually at the heart of what local government is all about. And our views on that have not, or certainly mine, have not changed. And it really bothers me when our library is not in full operation, because it's such an integral part of our community. So thank you. Do what we can.
Okay, so let's have a look at what's next up on the agenda. What could we move on to now? Oh, Margaret, oh, she is here? Oh, that's fantastic. All right, so we might take, why don't we just take a 5 or 10 minute break. We'll just have a stretch and then we'll get on to the next item. We'll just do a quick swap over. So we'll do that. Let's go and grab a cup. Kia ora koutou, we'll get underway. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the front of the agenda, and we've got a few recommendations from committees to come through. So we're going to start with the, let me have a look. We're going to just get my right spot on the agenda. We've got the Infrastructure Committee. Thank you, Councillor McGurk. So we're going to take the recommendations from the Infrastructure Committee. And we're starting, I'll let Councillor McGurk as the chair introduce his recommendations.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor, and through you. Just a recommendation from the Infrastructure Committee on the 1st of September, that adoption of the Etu Whakatū, Nelson's Active Travel Strategy. Recommendation is that the Council adopts Etu Whakatū, Nelson's Active Travel Strategy 22 to 32, and delegates responsibility for minor amendments to the Chair and the Group Manager Infrastructure. So I'll move that.
I might second that.
Thank you. And I just need to check that it's been moved by Councillor McGurk, seconded by Councillor Courtney. I just need to check that you'll be able to get that done before the end of the training. Is that possible?
Yes, it will be. I don't.
Yes, it is. I mean, big nods. Just because otherwise the titles will have to be. We'll have to do the relevant committee title. Right. It's been moved and seconded. Yes, it's going to be ready to go. Well done. Well done. Anyone should speak to the recommendation?
No, I think this is a game changer. It really does set the direction for modal shift for the city. We actually are following. I have to say, I have to acknowledge that probably we're a bit of a lag. That TTC are slightly ahead of us, but we are in sync with their strategy as well. So it's a really global strategy, and I would actually commend the officers for the work they've done. The amount of consultations gone in, it's enjoyed wide public support, and it's what this community has been asking for. Very happy to support it.
Thank you very much. Just endorse that. This is another big milestone step today, and it represents a huge amount of work, and great, as Councillor McGurk has said, great collaboration. So well done. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Oh, and look, love hearts as well. Yes, very positive. So thank you. Infrastructure quarterly report.
Again, thanks through you, Madam Mayor. A couple of recommendations to the council from the quarterly report. The first one is that we move the budgeted capital funding from $2,969,552 from 23-24 and $108,000 from 24-25 back to allow the completion of the Rutherford Street Stormwater project in 22-23.
Thank you.
And the other one is an extra unbudgeted capital funding of $60,000 for a T-Dale design for the new water fluoridation system at the water treatment plant, following a government directive from the Director General of Health to fluoridate Nelson City Council drinking water supply. And notes the future budget for the construction commissioning of the new fluoridation system will be included in the 23-24 annual plan, and officers are working with Etu Hauora, who are making capital works funding available for local authorities that have been issued with the directive to fluoridate.
Thank you, and that's been seconded by Councillor Courtney. Any questions?
Can you take them separately, please?
If I'm asked, I have to take them separately. It's been asked I take the clauses separately. So that is, I'll take 1 and then 2 and 3 together. All right, so any questions for Councillor McGurk? No questions. Is there any debate? I'm going to take clause 1 first, which is the matter in relation to Rutherford Street Stormwater Project. Any commentary right now? I just want to endorse this project. I know it's been heavily disruptive with the emergency event at the same time. We did get to the points of actually considering whether we were going to have to fill it in. If the state highway couldn't have got reopened just to get that very congested traffic moving again. But what I would also say is that it highlights the level of investment that has been going on now for many, many years. the last 9.
Yeah.
With a big focus on stormwater improvements, and it's really significant. So I know it's a disruptive project for the community, but when you have the intense rainfall events that you've just seen, this is why we're doing it. And so I just ask the public. I understand it has a significant impact, but you've just seen why it's important.
Yeah, I'll just say with this is actually good news story. I suppose it had the genesis in the 2011 storm weather event. So these events do have a long tail for consequences. And this is the second phase of second of the 2-phase. Remember that we've dug up most of Waimea Road from the Night Owl down to, I suppose, Admiral's Motor Inn. And this is the section from Admiral's Motor Inn around to Examiner Street. So it's part of a kind of comprehensive stormwater upgrade for that. And the works, I have to say, commend the contractors on this one, is they've been able to work very closely. There is disruption, but it's been kept to the minimum possible, bearing in mind and so this is to allow the work to be brought forward and get done quicker.
Councillor Brand.
I just want to highlight that because this work has been brought forward, the time frame for a completion has been shortened, and the residents down Wellington Street and Rutherford Street are very happy to hear that disruption will be less, and are very grateful that we are going to bring this forward and get the completion done in spite of the weather event that had happened.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now we're going to do clauses 2 and 3 together. Are there any questions? Are we done any questions or any debate on 2 or 3? Councillor Brand.
Right, I just want to confirm, because it was discussed at the meeting, that the application for the this got off the screen. Hold on. That the budget, construction, commissioning, and the capital funds available for local authorities who have been directed. If by going ahead and approving the unbudgeted additional capital funding does not exclude Nelson City Council from seeking application or from being successful to the contestable fund that is by jumping ahead to get the work sorted.
Through the chair, no, at this moment in time, we don't think that disadvantages us at all. No.
Right, thank you. Any debate? In case no debate, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of 2 and 3? Aye.
Aye.
Those against? It's carried. Thank you. All right. Now, the landfill business unit, we need officers here to speak to that one, I believe. I'll just check with the chair of the landfill. Thank you. And same for, actually, that's all of page 7. Then we have the Urban Development Subcommittee Chairperson's recommendation. I think we could do that now while we're covering these ones off, and then we'll get to the bus hub report. Deputy Mayor.
I'll take it as read and any questions, but I think most members came along to the subcommittee, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the Deputy Mayor? No questions? Right, so it's been moved. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Anyone wish to speak to this item? No, I think we've had a good discussion about it at the Urban Development Subcommittee. We'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. I'm not sure what that is. Oh,
I was just checking that you were watching. Good on you.
Of course I am. That was Councillor Rainey putting up a I don't know, crying with laughter emoji, I think it was. And I was going, what's that vote? There it is again.
You passed the test. Very good.
I am watching. I promise you I am. Most of the time. That's carried. That's carried. Now, the Audit, Risk and Finance Subcommittee, and this is now Mr. John Peters isn't able to, I think I'm correct in that he isn't able to join the meeting, Robin. I don't think he is for this. Not so far, no. So we'll do the audit risk and finance subcommittee recommendations on 13.4 at 13.41. Would a member of the committee like to introduce those matters? If somebody here would like to do those ones? I'm a member of the committee, so if you like, I can do that. If I can, I'm happy to move the recommendations that are there. If you have any questions, we'll attempt to answer those. Officers are all here. No questions. You'll read that audit risk agenda. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Laurie. I'm going to take them all as one group. Just speaking to this item, we did discuss and note as we had the, so I'm supporting these today, but I just would like to note that when we had our meeting, we acknowledged that we don't have at this point, the full assessment of the impact of the weather event, and that will impact the capital program. So in the new triennium, you're going to, whoever is here is going to get another report that will then start to look at what needs fixing, the timeframes around those, and that might require some rephasing of some of the capital programs. So just this is a point in time for end of financial year. So we just need to make sure that we carry that through. It is a very large capital program. And as I said, once it gets once you have a look at the work program for repairs from the emergency or reinstatement or added resilience, you may need to make some adjustments. There was also a request in this case from memory, Ms. Harrison, for carrying forward the operating budget, which is not something that normally happens. I have to say Ms. Harrison is very strict on this. It's kind of a, if you haven't spent it, you have to give it back. But in this case, she has been willing to carry forward some operating budget. So I might just get you to speak to that clause 5, Ms. Harrison, noting that 2.7 of that, the bulk of it, is for the Science Technology Precinct Capital Grant, and that's treated as loan-funded capital grant expenditure. But for the remainder, Ms. Harrison, probably just useful to quickly, I don't need to detail all of the items, but just the rationale for why the carry forward's happening.
So through the chair, yes, the subcommittee asked that we specifically refer to the Science and Technology Precinct to highlight what that 2.7 million was. The rest of the amounts, which was roughly 200,000, really related to OPEX, which was very much project related, and where programs of work may have been delayed and that would continue into the new year. So that's the rationale for some OPEX carry forwards.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. If there are no further questions or debate, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That is carried. Thank you. Now we'll move to the Community and Recreation Committee, and I'll invite Councillor Skinner to present the recommendations from the committee.
Thank you for that. So it's in regards to the future public recreation use of Ngāti Kawata whenua, in regards to, as you see in front of you, confirming commitment to maintaining and enhance recreational access to the high value recreational areas that are owned by Ngāti Kawata, and entering into some discussions and dialogue on the future of that is in front. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Brand. Any questions? There are no questions. Any debate? No debate. You're familiar with this. This has come up from a committee of the whole. In that case, I will put the motion. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you. Now, NRSBU is also, we do need an officer to come and speak to that item, so we won't be doing that today. And then we're up to the status report, which we will do next week. And we'll now go to the item on the bus hub, and I'll invite Ms. Parfitt to join the meeting. Tēnā koe. Welcome, Margaret. The item is on, I just have to turn my sheet back, so we're on pages 108 of your agenda. It's item 12. So welcome, we'll take the report as read. If there are any corrections or additions that you need to make to the report, we'll take those. or any précis or any commentary in relation to today's public forum as well, Margaret? It's sort of the topic areas to cover off to start.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora tātou. So I usually have a little summary at the beginning when I present a report, and today is no exception. There are no corrections as such, but as I give you the summary, you may see a couple of additional pieces of information. So today, can I just go back a minute though? Sorry, it's not lost on me that thank you for approving E tu whakatū. And it's not lost on me that today is International Car Free Day. So I think that's really significant and really appropriate, and something that we can be very proud of. And I'm really grateful to my team because I know they did put a lot of work into that. So thank you for your support. So coming back to the matter at hand, today we are seeking approval from you to progress Miller's Acre, both part of the car park and the building, as the location for the inner city bus hub. And this approval is required if officers are to progress with the next steps of the work, which include more detailed design and cost estimates to populate funding applications and identify potential consents. So moving from that strategic business case thinking into a more detailed business case thinking. And we're at a point now where we can't do that until we get agreement on the site. It's an important step towards meeting the council's mode shift. Nelson does need a new bus hub or interchange, and this approval means we can progress those funding applications to our funding partner, Waka Kotahi, and in time move the placeholder funding that is currently in the long-term plan over a number of years as appropriate, but we need to do some work first. As I said, a need for this hub is well known. It's been identified through public submissions and service requests for a number of years, and consequently there is placeholder funding in the regional public transport plan, the regional land transport plan and the long-term plan, all of which have been very widely consulted on. So 2 years ago, because this is another big piece of work that's coming to a decision point today, 2 years ago, officers commenced a very thorough process to identify a new location, and that work progressed alongside the development of our new bus contract and the city centre spatial plan. The full multi-criteria analysis is attached to your report and has identified Miller's Acre as the preferred location. I'm going to take that report as read and its attachments as read, so I'm not going to go into detail there. We have workshopped this with you twice in terms of the reasoning for why Miller's Acre is the preferred location, but of course I'm happy to take questions. Since the second workshop, which was held quite recently on the 1st of September, I have personally visited the key businesses who responded to council in March and April this year, who are directly affected by the proposal. I acknowledge that the March-April consultation was limited. We were at the peak of Omicron at the time. Some businesses were closed and face-to-face interaction wasn't something we were doing at that stage. But I have since visited them in person. I've made them aware of today's report, the proposed next steps. I have already shown them the artist's impressions that are attached to your report, and I have invited further feedback from them, some of which you have heard from the public forum today. It is fair to say that some of the businesses still hold concerns about the loss of parking space if the proposed bus hub progresses. Many of the other concerns that were raised in March and April can or will be mitigated, and that's part of our detailed design process, but there were some concerns around safety and amenity, and officers are very confident that we can mitigate those concerns at this site. If approval is given today, of course, we will continue to work with those businesses. And I can say following this morning's presentation, we will work closely with the State Cinema to work with them on how we can encourage patrons to park at an alternate location or ideally come to the movies via something other than a private motor vehicle. So in summary, I would say yes, parking still does seem to be a sticking point for this location. However, if climate change targets are to be met, or if we're to meet our carbon reduction targets, private parking and private motor vehicle use patterns do need to shift going forward. Whether this hub was to be placed at Millers Acre or anywhere else in the city centre, public parking would have probably been lost. And unless the council bought another piece of land at a significant cost to accommodate it. Relocation of what has traditionally been car parks or road reserved for car use is a challenge, and that is something that we have to face up to. And the parking strategy that you've adopted also identified reallocation of road space is a challenge that we have to face and have some difficult conversations around if we're to create that sustainable transport culture going forward. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Margaret. We've got quite a few people on the list. I'll start with the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Brand and then Councillor Laurie and then Councillor Noonan and then Councillor Fulton and then Councillor Rainey and then Councillor McGurk and then Councillor Bogle. Kia ora. Okay, so my first question was one that was raised by both some correspondence that was sent to all elected members, which I forwarded to yourself, and also in the tabled document from State Cinemas this morning, and that is what those submitters suggest is a contradiction between this outcome and the Nelson Resource Management Plan. Through the Mayor, I haven't seen the table document from State Cinema this morning, but I certainly did see the correspondence from the Inner City Business Group. And in relation to that, I think are we talking about the 100% use for buildings and not car parking? I'm just not quite sure exactly what aspect of that correspondence you're alluding to. Sorry, Councillor Ika.
Okay, look, basically it was along the lines of that we were, our design for our roading was to allow for the dominance of public vehicles. Were actual words in the NRMP that were highlighted in that email that was sent through. They highlighted all the key sections they had concerns with, and I think the State Cinema have just highlighted the same sections. So it was about enabling car parking, understanding that vehicles were dominant. This is very much paraphrasing from memory what was sent through. And so is there any conflict? I guess, you know, the most simple question is there any conflict between removing of car parks and the NRMP? That's probably the overarching question.
Through the Mayor, I'm not sure I'm the person to answer that. I think it's a planning thing. I can say that the NRMP talks about access to the city centre by foot, by cycle, by public transport and by private vehicles. And it does say, yes, that the private vehicle is the most dominant form. But the policy also says, you know, the parking, the main centre should be for pedestrian dominant. And that's why we have the parking squares at each side for accessibility. Interestingly, Millers Acre is not right in the city centre. It's kind of on the fringe.
Margaret, I'm sorry to interrupt. What I'm going to suggest is, because this gives specific reference to sections in the NRMP, we do need somebody who has looked at those sections to give us a response.
Yeah. So I think that's probably somebody from the planning team.
It will be.
Yeah,
it will be, as to whether there's any. So did the email get forwarded on to anyone relevant?
Not from me, your councillor, sorry.
Okay. All right, well, we'll keep on going, and then I'm very busily trying to Google the ICD4, ICD5, but it's a little bit tricky to do it on my phone while I'm chairing a meeting. It may not be relevant, but I just think we probably do, because it's been raised, we should tune our mind to it in our decision making. All right. All right, thank you.
And then the email I sent it. Yes, yeah. Last one.
Yes, I've got that through to you. Thanks, yeah, that's good. Thank you. Okay, so my other questions are just following up from the discussions with, or the public hearing with State Cinema. So do you anticipate that if the site was selected, there is sufficient time to work through? They raised key concerns, which were, I'm just going to bring up because I've just handed away my notes. It was to do with timing, so that it wasn't considered a sudden change. So they had time there was time for implementation of changes, both probably from our end and theirs. There was the ability to have what they called genuine consultation / a conversation to work out things that could be done to mitigate, and accessibility being one of those things. So they were sort of their three key things, was time, conversation, and accessibility / safety. So based on the timeframes you've got in here of when things might happen, do you think that there is enough time to be able to look at mitigations to alleviate those concerns? Through the Mayor, yes, I do. We have some initial work to do this financial year, and then you'll see there is some placeholder funding in there for the following year. We have yet to prepare a point of entry and detailed business case for Waka Kotahi. So some funding is in this NLTP period, but it's unlikely that we would get the full amount until the next NLT period, which is the year beginning mid-2024 to 25. So that gives us at least 18 months to work with the theatre. And in my conversations with Mr. Christensen, I have already indicated that we're more than happy to work with them and their patrons on encouraging mode shift, wayfinding, potentially exploring things like discounts if you ride the bus, which is completely doable. We're very open to having that conversation, and I do believe there is time for those, yes. So then just my final question along these lines is, they did note that a lot of their patrons carpool, or are coming in groups in their cars. Certainly when my family lived in Richmond, that's what we did. It would be a full car. So will those conversations look at such things as, for example, signage from Rutherford Street indicating State Cinema parking this way towards towards Wakatu Square? Will it look at any enhancements needed for lighting on the walkway through from Wakatu Square and in the raised courtesy crossing for crossing the road, because that was considered one of the reasons that because of the pedestrian or the lights for crossing the road, that was also considered one of the reasons that patrons park there, is because of perceived safer crossing. So will those also be looked at elements that would be looked at? Through the Mayor, certainly, yes, we have time to have those conversations. Signage is dictated by the Nelson plan, so we'll have to have some conversations with the team around that. But I think something that may be being missed is that the accessibility to the theatre from what could potentially be a bus hub is very, very good. We've got a traffic signalised crossing here, and if you're, say, we're a Super Gold Card user, you can travel on the bus for free and go to the movies within walking distance from where you get off that bus. Our buses are wheelchair and low floor, so they are age-friendly buses. Our service is about to be improved in terms of frequency and coverage. So something that I feel like I need to point out is there may not be as big a net loss of patronage as what has been painted this morning. In fact, the bus hub being within such proximity to the theatre could in fact work in their favour. Yes, if I just add probably a statement rather than a question, I just think we need to make sure mitigations do take into account both the enhancements to the public transport and that some people will mode shift, but
but some people won't for a variety of reasons. And so if we can still support Wakatu Square, sometimes there's midnight movies and things like that, et cetera, et cetera. There is a variety of reasons why people may still drive. And so, if we can still support their accessibility and their safety, that would be good as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. It sort of ties in with what Judine was just talking about. There's similar kind of questions, just a little bit different. The safety, time to transition, you're going to work with the different stakeholders or the immediate users and occupiers of that space. Okay, then you talk about the accessibility, which I've heard what you've had to say on that, and then we talk about the safety. But before I get to the safety, and the thing that was brought up this morning was about that genuine engagement with them and actually listening to their concerns and then working through viable solutions. And they felt that had not been the case. It was a case of, here are some pictures, this is what we want to achieve. And yet at the April workshop and at the last workshop that we had just recently, I've raised on both occasions other stakeholders that are not been identified but are in that vicinity of where that would be an impact. So I appreciate you've gone out personally to meet and talk with them, but nowhere in the report does it say that you've gone to those other groups that I asked to be engaged with and consulted with about that. Has that happened?
Through the Mayor, I'm sorry, you'll have to remind me who they were.
Okay, so that was actually the people living across the river that look over into things. So you identified the businesses right there and on that side and the ones directly opposite, but you hadn't actually worked with the others that come around, but also visually look into that space.
So through the Mayor, no, we haven't engaged with the residents of Grove Street, but the renders and the landscape architects did do some work on the visual impact, and it is shown in the attachment of the report that this is barely visible from the other side of from the walkway, and in fact the noise and fumes issue would be mitigated with our coming electric bus fleet.
Now, I appreciate that that's in the report, but the conversation hasn't been had.
No, the conversation has not been had with the residents.
And I just feel that that's a little bit remissive. But coming back to the safety, one of the things that I raised this morning in the public forum was about the feeling of safety. You talk about increased people movements with the public transport and stuff, and that's great. However, some of those patrons that the state cinema were talking about, and also some of our just general users that come into town, those people that have mobility issues or anxiety around lots of increased people movement. So they park a little bit further away from increased people movement, so they have less anxiety about coming into the central city, and they do park in the Miller's Acre and they do use the mobility parking. So part of their anxiety is they can't see the building, and sometimes that gives them the reassurance that they can get to the place that they need to go, which is why they park closer and have a visibility line. So Whakatu versus
Miller's
Acres, thank you. You don't have that same level of visibility for the state cinema. So how is that going to be factored into the mitigation around that? I do have a suggestion, but I just want to hear your view first.
Certainly. Through the Mayor, I think it is a detailed design question. I think the wayfinding that we can improve from Whakatu Square to State Cinema, although not within line of sight, we can improve wayfinding and lighting. Similarly, Miller's Acre will still have accessible car parks within it, and there is more of a line of sight to the theatre through there, plus a safe corridor. What would be designed, we would certainly be doing things like SIPTED audits. There would be lighting, potentially some CCTV cameras through there from the bus interchange, and the accessible car parks that are closer to the river and the concept design through to the theatre. So it's more of a detailed design question, but I don't think it's insurmountable.
Okay, and sort of adding to that then, like when they have the International Film Festival and things like that on at the cinema, and those users come in the evening and the bus and the public transport, not so much the journey to the cinema, but the journey going home and then going from the bus stop that they get to go to their place of residence. That also increases their level of anxiety around safety at the end of the evening, getting back to their residence. So I don't know how you would factor that in if you're trying to increase people using public or alternative transport.
Certainly through the Mayor, the public transport plan at this stage, what we're launching next year, is still a contract that goes from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. So later services for evening theatre goers are still not in the immediate future. They're in the mid to longer term. So I think one step at a time, and that's something that, will come.
And then would you be open through the Mayor, would you be open to include in your conversation with State Cinema or other users in the area to include in your solution finding viable options, including the ACC or the PHO, who actually work with and have those community groups for those people who have mobility issues and stuff like that, to find those viable solutions?
Certainly through the Mayor, we've actually engaged with Pathways, which are situated on Halifax Street, who were way back in March really supportive of this project. They felt that their clients would benefit from the proximity of the bus interchange or hub to the central city, and that it would be a better facility. But certainly we will be working with those agencies.
Okay, I saw the Pathways. I just thought it would be great if you could include ACC and maybe the PHO. And my last question, through the chair, thank you, Mayor, is the flood model that was presented this morning around the library in the same zone. How does that impact on the future thinking of the bus hub at that spot?
So through the Mayor, when I sat in that meeting this morning, I did wonder and ask myself the same question. But I think, as Mr. Lavertus pointed out, it's a long way off. There won't be changes overnight. This is currently a car park. Turning it into a bus exchange, some surface flooding there is possible, I suppose, but it's a question that I hadn't considered prior to writing this report.
Oh, okay, so just last point then through the Mayor is that this morning there was discussion of raising the road up and stuff like that. Would that be then factored into the design of that, as it's not like immediate this week? It's
through the Mayor, in the light of the new information we have on the flood modelling, it's something that we would have to take into consideration when we do the detailed design, which is one of the steps we want to get to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Laurie, I see Mr. Boschkind's at the table, so he might have the answers to what was some commentary on the NRMP references.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I understand the question, the Deputy Mayor has sort of indicated that there was a suggestion that the loss of car parking of 41 car parks, or however many it is, may actually contradict the policies and objectives in the plan in relation to car parking. And you'll know the plan better than I will, I suppose, but I have had a quick look at the critical policies that were referred to, and clearly the council's approach is to provide public car parking for the benefit of the city centre, not necessarily for any individual site or operator, but for the benefit of the public coming into the city centre. It doesn't actually sort of say how many car parks the council is going to provide. It says that on-site car parking is voluntary, and you may be aware that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development actually removed any obligation on councils to have car parking standards for commercial, actually commercial, business and residential uses. So there's no obligation, I guess, from that point of view for landowners to provide it. So the policy framework is quite consistent with that. The council is going to take it on board to provide public car parking. I don't know that you could argue that the loss of 41 car parks across the road from the State Theatre contradicts that necessarily, because the council does actually have other opportunities both on the road and in the designated car parks within the area. So that would be my advice to the council today.
Thank you very much for that answer. As it was raised by two submitters, I thought it was important for us to turn our mind to that. So thank you very much for your advice.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Couple of questions from people with businesses in the area that I've spoken to who are not State Cinema. One is about the vibe. What sort of impact will having a bus hub, a public transport hub, have on the feeling of that part of town, do you think?
Through the Mayor, we would be aiming through our detailed design to create a place that is pleasant, that is busy, and the detailed design will take into account things like daylight hours, amenity, trees, seating. So I think it's an interchange. It's not a depot. It's not somewhere where buses will be parked and left and maintained and even charged. That will all happen off-site. This is an interchange. It's a hub where people come from one bus and they either wait or they directly get onto another bus, or if they're working and have a reason to come to the city centre, they'll be waiting for the bus that they want to go to, which makes it a busy, buzzy kind of place, a pleasant place.
I was going to say, through the chair, in the images that we've seen, it looks more pleasant than what we have now. Do you think it could be more pleasant?
Through the chair, that's what we would be aiming to achieve, yes.
Great. Thank you. Next question through the chair. You did address the issue of fumes earlier, but the person I was talking to had concerns about the time, like if this is being built in 18 months' time, and then if it's up and running, will we have electric buses by the time it's running?
Through the chair, most certainly. The contract that is pending final approval and that we hope to announce next week is a fully electric bus fleet commencing the 1st of July 2023.
Fantastic. So fumes, not an issue?
Not an issue.
Great, thank you. Next question through the chair. I think I've only got one more. What would be the impact of parking this decision at this point?
Councillor Roy, that's a good question. Through the Mayor, I think we wouldn't be able to progress with the detailed design and the funding applications because to do so involves spending money. So I need agreement to progress this. It means we could potentially miss the benefit of some funding that is currently available from Waka Kotahi. So the funding that is available in the long-term plan, that is marked in the long-term plan at the moment, is a placeholder amount and assumes Waka Kotahi subsidy, but that is not yet confirmed. Now, if there is any money left in this NLTP from the public transport infrastructure bucket, now's the time for us to put our hand up and say, yes, please. So if we miss that opportunity, we're up against everybody else in the next NLTP. We're probably going to need some money in the next NLTP as well, but there's an opportunity. It would delay the service improvement. So we know that the existing facility is far from ideal. It's cold, it's drafty, it's not great, it's not a great customer experience, and we want to improve customer experience if we're to grow public transport. We are using the Bridge Street site, well, we intend to, as our interim solution until a permanent bus hub location is identified. And I know that the council has recently purchased that piece of land with another use in mind. And it would delay any progress on the other use of that piece of land because we would be needing it as an interim bus hub. We don't have anywhere else that can accommodate 6 buses coming in on an integrated timetable. So we would continue to use 27 Bridge Street until such time that we can develop something else. And if we delay today's decision, that's a bit further out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 questions from me, Mark. Are we still collecting funds from the CBD, from the business CBD businesses for parking? Do you know? It might be a Nikki question. Is Nikki here? Nikki is here. Hello.
So through the chair, there is still a commercial differential, but I would like to highlight that the commercial differential for the CBD is now pretty much equivalent to the rest of the, commercial differential.
So it wasn't just for parking. Just clarify that.
No, absolutely not. Through the chair, it was for a number of other things, and it included economic development, the museum funds. It was just a small component of it.
Thank you. And the other question I had, I did ask at the workshop, and it was regarding the fact that it is not a depot, it is a hub. Potentially, the question was, if it's not going to have buses parked there at night, could there be the provision of parking for certain hours for example, the cinema time closing at 11 or whatever? Could that be looked at?
Through the Mayor, that's something we hadn't considered, but it's certainly something we can look into. There's always the risk of cars being left there and then needing to be towed, which sometimes happens on a Saturday morning with Montgomery Square, but it's certainly something we can explore.
Okay, I think that would be helpful potentially to add to the list. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. I am here. It just took me a minute to get my phone on. Look, I just visually on. I'm listening very attentively. I had a couple of questions similar to Councillor Brand's and Councillor Noonan's in terms of the work that's now being done on that intersection and the impact that might have on the library site. I imagine, even though the hub can be raised over time, I imagine the location of the hub is quite significant in terms of its connectivity to the potential library, which would be on the other corner, and in terms of activating Lower Trafalgar Street. So my question is how will you look at that in terms of like that intersection is really key to the hub use in the future of the hub being successful too?
So through the Mayor, your question is around the control at the intersection and its relationship with the bus hub.
No, my question is around if let's say it was decided the library site was not suitable and had to be moved somewhere, then you're activating a part of the city which I presume we're deciding is no longer fit for purpose. And so then we're locating a hub in a part of the city which we're moving away from. So how do we work around? That's to me why I guess I still think the library site is a good site, because if you're already investing in the infrastructure of putting a electric bus hub in next door, then that's how we activate and work with climate change. But how will you get your head around that process? If the library site changes, is this the best site for the hub?
Just before we go to that answer, because it's a really good question, Councillor Fulton, there's something I'm going to need to address in public meeting because it's been mentioned multiple times now, and that is a commentary about an electric bus fleet. Is that a matter that is in the public arena? Your Worship, the fact that it is an electric bus fleet is in the public arena. The successful tenderer is not. Right. And that is pending. Fine. Imminent. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I'm just very conscious that there was a whole range of emails around media activity and not speaking about different things, and I just want to make sure we're...
I can say with some assurance that there was more than one tenderer that proposed a fully electric bus fleet.
Thank you. Okay, it's very positive news.
It is positive news. I said it because I heard Mark.
If we could just leave that media story till we've got the right people on the right photo, that would be really good, please. They have been waiting patiently for their photo opportunity and they've worked so jolly hard. Thank you. Right, back to the question. Thank you.
So through the Mayor, the location of Millers Acre as the proposed hub isn't dependent upon the library site. It's proximal to the city centre and other key destinations as well, the theatre being one, Trafalgar Park being another. So there are a number of good reasons for it to be there. It's accompanied by a ring route. So the buses will travel around the ring route with complementary super stops or when I say a super stop, I mean a fairly high-grade stop, so real-time information, cover from the weather, so that wherever on the ring road you are, you don't have to walk more than maybe 150 metres to get to your destination in the city centre. So the place that works best for the interchange of all of those bus routes is Millers Acre. All of the bus routes will go around the city centre.
Awesome. Yeah. So they'll go up Collingwood Street to the NMIT and they'll sort of do a ring road.
That's correct.
That's fantastic.
There is a draft map in the report.
Apologies, I have missed that, but that's really, I've looked at the maps in detail of the hub itself and I love the visual. I think the Christchurch hub is a really good example of how you can make public transport so much more enjoyable. and connected to the rest of the city. So my other question was around hours of operation, and so, similar to Councillor Edgar's questions, and maybe it was Councillor Noonan's. I imagine that the times the State Cinema wants the most car parks is after sort of 8 p.m, maybe on a Saturday or a Sunday during the day. And I'm just wondering again how we support that connectivity if this hub goes ahead, because there could potentially be that late night opportunity for the State Cinema to still have it for its patrons. And I think that would be worth picking up on, because I imagine that's when they have their busiest screenings.
So through the Mayor, I have indicated we can look into whether there's a dual use to where the buses are during the day and whether it becomes evening car parking. But I'd also point out that Wakatu Square is far from full in the evening for those evening sessions.
Yeah, so that was my subsequent question. I imagine that when you have peak State Cinema viewings, Wakatu is probably pretty empty at those times as well. So improving that connectivity sounds like a good path. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report. It was really full and very informative. Through you, Rachel. Marg, currently, is there a charge on Millers Acre car park at night or on the weekends?
Through the Mayor, no, it's the same as every other city central car park. It's Saturday morning you pay, but not after 5 p.m. at night, and certainly not on Sundays or Saturdays after 1 p.m.
Right. So, in effect, there's, as we all know, there's no such thing as free parking. There is a cost involved with providing parking. And I'm kind of wondering, and potentially this is something that could be teased out as regards to some solutions with State Cinema, as to whether there could be a different, somehow some kind of differential. Obviously, if it's going to be free in Millers Acre at night and on the weekends after 1 p.m. on Saturday, then potentially there could be some benefit for parking in Wakatu Square that might drive people, excuse the pun, towards Wakatu Square to park, i.e. some kind of code they get when they enter their car details, which might give them a slightly cheaper ticket. Anyway, that's just a thought. That might be one part of the solution. My second question is, I am concerned about the fact, much as I like the designs of what's come up with Millers Acre, I am concerned that it is on the periphery of the CBD. And it doesn't matter what you say, Nelsonians have got a distinct problem that unless they're right next to where they need to be, they don't take the option of going there. And I mean, I think Craig and Mark highlighted that this morning, saying people want to park in Millers Acre rather than Wakatu, when in reality it's only 1 minute difference in walking. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some people who would go to the movies if they didn't get a car park in Millers Acre, they would potentially drive home. So how much of a concern is it that this solution in Millers Acre is on the periphery? Are you able to comment on that, or is that an Alan question?
No, through the Mayor, I think I can comment on that. And I touched on it earlier when I said that this is the interchange, but there are super stops all around the ring road that mean you will walk 1 block to get to your destination. So you can access the city centre from all 4 sides on the bus route. So, and that's an attachment to, I believe there's a map showing a number of coloured lines, which shows that. So, wherever you put your bus hub, people are going to have to walk to wherever they want to go. But the design of the routes that we have at the moment service what's known as the key destinations, the NMIT, the court precinct, the medical precinct, the city centre itself.
Okay, thanks for that. I understand that. And finally, this is really a continuation of Matt's question about what happens if we park this. Further to that, what happens if the next council reverses a decision that we make today? The same thing, we just continue on with Bridge Street until such time as the solution is worked out?
So through the Mayor, what I'm seeking today is permission to take some next steps. There will be a need to come back to council if those next steps change the budgets or the phasing of the budgets that are currently shown in the LTP. So there's going to be an opportunity for the new council to look at that. But my team need permission to take the next steps today. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're given permission to completely go ahead and build this thing next year. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beauwalk. Oh no, there's somebody else in between. Oh, my writing's too messy. So whoever it was who was after Councillor Rainey, I've missed you, and it's Councillor Bowater. Councillor McGurk. Sorry, Councillor McGurk. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for me, Anthony, Madam Mayor. Mark, just when you did your presentation, our funding partner, Waka Kotahi, can you just explain a little bit more what's involved with that funding? What's involved with that funding in terms of, well, more of the availability and what's the reception of Waka Kotahi to this sort of project?
Certainly, through the Mayor, Waka Kotahi are quite excited by this project and have indicated that it ticks a lot of boxes for them. So I have had some very preliminary conversations with them. What they need from us is a point of entry business case, and I think we have the makings of that. We just need to pull it together. So that's our regional land transport plan, or our regional passenger transport plan, first off, which populates the regional land transport plan. We have the multi-criteria analysis. So the why questions, what's the need? Why do we need it? What are the options? We've got that. We just need to pull it into a point of entry business case, submit it to them, and then we need the next piece of work, which is what I'm hoping to seek permission to continue with today, which is the more detailed business case, the cost estimates, where we would do, a full project brief, what are the assumptions, what are the risks, and we need to get that to them to get the full subsidy that we're looking for. We have got some subsidy, so there's money in this year that is subsidised and approved already. So I do have some Waka Kotahi subsidy to work with, but the construction costs, the big dollars, have not yet been confirmed or even applied for.
So just drilling down a wee bit, so you got a little bit of preliminary just to sort of get the things rolling. So where does the business case, or doing the business case, where's that funded from?
So through the Mayor, we would be progressing. Well, we've spent some money already on the multi-criteria analysis and obviously the regional passenger transport plan. So pulling that into a business case is not a big job, and again, it's staff time, and that's what we would be hoping to progress after approval of the site.
So what sort of time frame are you looking at by June 2024?
Well, through the Mayor, I think we can get with approval the point of entry business case and the detailed business case done by June 2023.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. My questions have been fiercely changing every time someone's spoken because of the fact that most of it's been said. But Mark, earlier through the chair, I questioned around 5.14 on page 112 about the dental centre. They actually have off-street parking at the moment, which is private parking, which is actually staff parking. So it's not for their patients. I did a little bit of a recreational walk around there, and I think a lot of us have actually spoken to people around that area. So you've said that there's been no feedback from over that, or they haven't come back to you on that one?
Through the Mayor, so we had a lot of feedback from the Nelson Dental Centre in March and April, where they outlined at length the needs of their customers, some who travel from outside of the region and who need to drive, and some who have quite long appointments. So Millers Acre currently has a 3-hour time limit on it, which seems to be sufficient. Whether they remain 3-hour car parks or whether we shorten it for short-term use of the cafe or the dock site or whatever is part of the ongoing conversation. The Nelson Dental Centre does have its own car park and it is staffed, as you have indicated. If they have a particular need for somebody to have a 3-hour appointment or has travelled, then it's within their prerogative to reserve a car park. There are about 5 or 6 car parks in that space at the moment, and how they use them is over to them.
Thank you. Also, now at the moment, we're discussing that Wakatu will be where patrons that go to the cinema will relocate themselves. Is there any potential that any of the access ways to the Trafalgar from Wakatu are going to be blocked off in any? I'm just thinking of the one below us here. Is there any time that that will ever not be accessible to use to go through? That's always going to be an access way through to Trafalgar?
Through the mayor, not that I'm aware of, but that's more of a question for Mr Gray and the city centre, but I don't recall anything. If anything, we would probably improve those laneways as part of the city centre spatial plan with improved lighting and amenity.
Given that further along there is the potential, and rightly so, for there to be a building built that is going to be for accommodation, etc., affordable housing and everything else that goes at that end, what do you think is going to then be, because there's going to be no parking, and that's now with developments doesn't have to be done, the potential for people to want to use this area that actually belong to that building? I mean, I'm just thinking that this is going to become quite a busy area going forward, and how that will impact.
Through the Med, it really is perhaps through the parking strategy. Managing our parking has been laid out through the parking strategy, and there are a number of trigger points where you change the way you manage car parking depending on what the demand is. So we would adjust accordingly as per the parking strategy.
So given that that is going to hopefully go ahead, then that area will, do you not think that perhaps it would be more accessible for the parking, the hub to be there, the bus hub to be there, for it to be accessed from the people that will actually be housed there?
So through the Mayor, we did do some assessment on Wakatu Square, quite detailed assessment, and included an attachment to us some renders of what that looks like. The car parking loss to Wakatu Square, I think the report says 30, but I actually think it's more than that because the tracking was not as generous as it needs to be. I think we were going to have to shave a couple of more car parks off each of the rows to get buses around those corners. I also have significant concerns about the bus sharing a space with pedestrians and private motor vehicle users. So for that reason, the Wakatu Square assessment didn't score as well as Miller's Acre in the multi-criteria analysis.
Right. And another thing about this area here, I mentioned earlier today, it's sometimes tidal. And I'm just wondering if with the signage that's been mentioned by a deputy mayor, if it could also actually indicate that as well, because there's certain times of year that I know that there is issues with tidal water through this. And I'm just thinking if someone's going to park their car there for a few hours and then go to the movies, I'm just thinking if we can have on the signage as well. I know that there are small little signs popped here and there, but I'm just, I came off that one as well. Driver, and
can I just check, sorry to interrupt Councillor Bodwell, can I just check, I thought, Mr. Albertus, we had some mechanism to address the issue of tidal inflow into Wakatu Square. I'm sure we do. Tidal, we're not tidal floodgates, but there's some other thing.
Through the chair, yes.
Yes,
to Wakatu, yes, as part of our our application for the IAF for the linear park, yes.
Multiple benefits.
It wasn't in the room.
Oh well, it's a subject we've talked about through the activity. We've talked about this through the waters activity on multiple occasions, and there is the trial has worked. So we've got some work that actually assists Wakatu Square from being inundated.
But it's not there as yet.
No, but it will be.
It will be.
Yes, not for spring, just saying. Also, to Freedom Campers are in this area as well. How much car parking is given over to that of an evening? Because that'll be a summer. I should imagine they'll be coming back through.
Through the Mayor, I can't recall off the top of my head how many there are, maybe 10 or 12 within the blue lines, and they're only there overnight. If they are there during the day, then they're paying for that parking. And I'm not sure where the city amenity bylaw is on that, but it could change.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, I've just got a couple of things I want to cover off. Councillor Fulton, have you still got your hand up? Did you have more questions?
Or is that a ghost hand?
That's a ghost hand. Apologies,
Right.
that's a ghost
That's,
hand.
that's all right. That's good. I just want to clear that up, make sure. So just a couple of things I want to just cover off. And Councillor Fulton's asked some questions around the issue of flooding and inundation. And so we've looked at the, we've been having that discussion this morning and put a pause on, or deferred work continue with Wakatu incorporation, but yet we're looking to do public investment in this part of the, again, proximate to the river. And this is probably, I'm sorry, Mr. Levertis, that I haven't, got this question to you, but I'm sure you'll be able to respond to it because you'll have looked at the information. What does this site look like in terms of the inundation model? So if you are comparing, when we've looked at the modelling work that we've had for, in fact, I could probably look at it in the agenda to be honest, if I find the right page. What does this site look like? What sort of inundation have we got on the Millers Acre site? Because I'm just conscious of the line of questioning that Councillor Sanson had earlier on about DAP and actually where we're putting public investment. And obviously when it comes to if we're going to get people across to using a public transport system, we sure as heck want it to be accessible to people. We don't want to be a site that's going to be subject to inundation. And equally, along the same lines is actually how do we do strategic city planning where there is a real logic to having the bus hub close to the central library. But if the library is not going to be in that location, because I could see multiple benefits when we're trying to get people to undertake modal shift, or we could get people who are our library patrons to move to public transport, then there's added value to this proposal. So it's the synergies. I'm interested in the synergies, and I'm interested in the site and whether it's now going to be subject to inundation.
So through the chair, the report that is attached to the Tonkin and Taylor gives the effect of the flooding, but in terms of the coastal inundation and the sea level rise, this area will be affected because it's in close proximity to the intersection of Halifax and Trafalgar. I think this, as I've said, irrespective of whether the library is in that location or not, Millers Acre is already there. It forms a long-term plan. It's not going anywhere. And as we progressively work to 2130, where the 800 mils will potentially come in, that's way down the line. And I think if you look at what structures are actually on Millers Acre and what we intend to put there, you're building on an existing structure, and it's not to the same degree as a new library. But it will be affected by certainly by sea level rise as we move out to that distant horizon. Yes.
All right, and therefore it's an existing building, which means its floor levels are probably not designed for the scenarios that we're talking about. So what I'm a lot concerned about is that we haven't put the climate change lens across this project from a site specific in terms of inundation. So I don't know what the floor levels, but we do need to consider that. So if we're going to be asking particularly Waka Kotahi to partner in a project, I mean, they're really going to want to know that it's adding to resilience. The worst thing we could do is put a bus hub in a site that's not resilient or where the infrastructure is going to be inundated. So I do have questions around that particular issue. I think what we may do, we may have to take an adjournment in any regard. There's a couple of things, so I just want to raise those issues. And I really consider whether we've adequately looked at that aspect of the proposal. Recognising that you've got the opportunity over time to increase levels, but I'm not sure that you've got that opportunity depending on the ceiling heights in that existing building, or whether you'd be looking how much of that existing building is important to the bus hub, but I suspect that it is. It's a little bit like the issues that we've got when we come to the Civic House report. And then we're starting to get to a whole sequence of alignment that we've got a Civic House report that now says that needs to be redone. We've got flood report that says, hang on, let's just do some other work before we confirm library, and now we're putting a bus hub in an area where, in fact, if the library and civic house were not in these locations, would that be the right place for the bus hub? And I think, Margaret, you've answered that well in terms of how does it work for the network, but I'm thinking in terms of the patrons and where they might want to go to. So, if we're trying to get modal shift, where is it the people are wanting to go through? And if we made a significant change around what I'll call the civic precinct, which has lots of people movements coming and going, then I just have a question whether that would influence the location. So, for instance, if a civic house wasn't here, the library wasn't in the Riverside precinct, how much influence would that have on the location for your and we were essentially saying, look, those areas are subject to so much inundation that the cost of retaining them is not viable. Now, we're not at that point, but it does seem that we should be doing some joined up thinking given we've had other reports here today. I'm just leave that as a pondering question. I'm going to go to Councillor Sanson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Kia ora, Marg. I'm just wondering if you could remind me or us the proposed cost of this project. Is it 1.4 million? I'm just looking at 6.2 on page 114. Is that the cost to put this in?
Through the Mayor, I can't really answer that question. That was a placeholder amount.
Sure.
But until we move to the next steps where I actually get some cost estimates on what it's going to cost to build what we've shown you in those renders, I don't know.
Okay. And I recall through the workshops that we would be repurposing existing buildings in that location, and that there was some consideration for being able to kind of deconstruct and move some of those the structures, the shelters and that kind of thing, because I think it's important for us to just be, if we're having the climate change conversation, what we're talking here is potentially about $1.5 million investment in something which is enhancing an area already being used. It's not like a $50 million investment in something which can, is basically immovable. So I imagine, it might be usable for 20 years, maybe. But to then look at relocating a bus hub somewhere else in 20 years and repurposing whatever you can of those shelters doesn't seem unreasonable to me. It seems like quite a prudent approach. Is that the kind of thing you would be thinking about, Marg, when you do the design?
Through the Mayor, certainly, and you've absolutely hit it on the head. One of the main reasons one of the key reasons this has come to the top as the preferred option is that there is a huge cost saving, and that we won't be needing to build new buildings for driver rest break facilities, which we're required to provide, public toilets, there are good public toilets over there, and shelter from the weather. So the building is already there, it exists, and we can make good use of it. Whenever we do infrastructure for transport, we repurpose assets. We move bus shelters around all over the place. There's a bike stand over there that we would repurpose somewhere else. So certainly, any waste minimisation, deconstruction, demolition thinking will go across this project. But the big advantage of it is that those existing facilities keep the cost of this project down. If we were to start from scratch and put a bus hub, say at Wakatu Square or somewhere else in the CBD, and I'm scratching my head as to where else it would fit, we would also be up for the cost of those new facilities, as well as just the pavement strengthening and the canopies.
Thanks. And then just one other question is that as we are kind of, as we will need to retreat from some of the more vulnerable areas in the city, I guess the more resilient land becomes incredibly valuable, and so would be valuable for things like multi-level infrastructure like housing or, civic buildings and that kind of thing. So in some ways, do you think an area like this that may be more vulnerable would actually be more appropriate for this kind of fairly transient infrastructure? It's low cost, it's fairly easy to kind of repurpose in the future.
Through the Mayor, I think your point is well made that it's not a high cost. It's not a $50 million project. It's relatively low cost, and who knows what transport is going to look like in 10 or 15 or 20 years' time. We may, whatever a bus hub looks like, and it could be quite different from what it needs to be now. We might be on hydrogen buses, who knows? This contract that we're about to let is a 9-year contract. And this, I think, this facility would suit certainly that duration and hopefully longer.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thanks so much.
I was looking at what, I don't know if you all watched the gliders this morning. Did you see those on TV? They were incredible, absolutely incredible. If you didn't see them, go and go and look them up. Amazing. Right. I guess the question I have is, would it flood now on a king tide? With we'd had the king tide on that rainfall event now, would it have been inundated?
Through the Mayor, I don't believe it was.
No. Okay, it's good to know.
It's certainly not further down Halifax and certainly to the western side of Bokatu, but not Millers.
All right. I would like to take a brief adjournment. I've had quite a few elected members who have been coming with some proposed changes to what is in the report. So I just need to actually get my head around that to see what we've got coming from multiple directions. For those of you on Zoom, if you have got any changes that you're thinking about for what's in the report, if you could text me, please, and then I will have a phone call with you. It's probably the easiest thing to do. Councillor Rainey's just got his hand up. So,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave the meeting at about 4:15 at the latest.
We'll be up for the vote before 4:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, just before we break.
Quick question there. We seem to be juggling a few balls in the air. We've had the library, we had the parking and the bus stop, and it's all sort of all coming colliding now, and we don't want to drop them. Can we not play this on the table, this decision, till later, till we've got some of those other balls sorted?
So through the Mayor, I was asked what would the impact of deferring this decision be earlier. It means it's longer before we get an improved level of service.
I recall that.
It means that our interim location is not available for greening or urban amenity or play spaces or whatever the proposed purpose of that is, because we need it for the bus hub. So it just pushes a whole lot of other things out.
Understand that, but it still means the option there. We're not stuck without a place for buses. So give that a bit of thought. The other thing, we were looking at the library, which we know guarantees it will be there. We've got the bus where it is at the moment. Why not put the library? We may end up having the library going where Miller's Acre is. I know you got some bit of touching on it in here. Bus goes where the library was, and put the car parks where the bus depot was, and everyone's even Stevens. Or we lay it on the table to see if those options pop out. I know you touch on it in a couple of spots here and why we're not.
Through the Mayor, I believe the library governance group deemed Miller's Acre potentially unsuitable. I think it's in the report. But again, the best use of the facilities that are there, the toilets, the lounge, the restrooms, if we were to start from a blank canvas over here, we'd be investing more money to build those things.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'm just, if we're having a break, keep that in mind, because the gains we're looking at putting it there, I think may be offset by the risk or gains we may have depending on how the library goes, how we use that space we bought off the bus depot, and B, it might be something to leave to the next council with a clearer mind and a clearer strategy.
All right, thank you. I'll just check with Mr. White. Was that one of the options, alternative options for sites? I don't recall now. I haven't got that to hand. You may not recall off the top of your head.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I can, Madam Mayor, so I can only think back to when I started here, and I know that the options that council considered through the LTP didn't include that site. So I would think that would have been discounted before that date, if it had been considered.
All right, but we did some as the governance group. We also developed another, because we've always had that to say we must always have, alternative options. It's one of our responsibilities as we go through. And I just can't remember if this is one of those sites.
I think we did some very light level assessment, and we have continued to do that just to keep an eye on things. But
I think it was the floor area. It was just
but
Might
we're
have been
still
the size
working.
of the site. Might not be big enough to do it. Anyway, we'll have someone who will be able to pull it up. I'm going to take a German. It's probably going to take me if we can have realistically start again at 5:02, and that will hopefully give us enough time to get through before Councillor Rainey has to depart. That'll give us enough time to sort out all the different emails that are coming through. Thank you.
All right, we've taken a bit of a break. We're really conscious that it is getting quite late in the day. This is a significant piece of work and part of actually a cornerstone for city centre development. I just want to get Margaret back to the table, just to clarify the issue. I think we need to, there are a couple of things that have come through the Kōrero today. One is that the actual construction of the hub is 18 months, approximately 18 months away. I'm just hoping I've got that right. So
yes, Waka Kotahi could change that. If they suddenly said, we are totally on board with this and we've got all of this money in this NLTP, we'd encourage you to accelerate it, then that might change that. But I think that's unlikely.
Right. I think we probably need to try and have that conversation with them to say, I think that's important. In order to progress this, there's some next steps to go through. And what I'm hearing from the officers is they'd like to be in a position so they could go through the next steps. So Margaret, you have got some budget at the moment. You would be wanting to use that to work up the designs and have that engagement with Waka Kotahi so you can progress the project as I understand it.
That's correct.
All right. I think the elected members are really mindful of the fact that they've had a public forum presentation this morning and they can hear the very, genuine concerns from, particularly from the State Cinema, and there is a real desire to look at what options could be looked at for supporting the State Cinema. And there's been some good creative thinking around the table. I do think it would be useful to go back and take that back to further that discussion. It does feel a bit rushed today in the sense that the first conversation I had with Mr. Potton was yesterday evening. I think it would be worth just exploring those options some more. There's been some great suggestions from elected members around the table, and I know that the officers have also turned their mind to that. I'm wondering if the members would be happy just to allow some of those conversations to happen and for us to make the decisions on this one on Tuesday. I just think there is some value in that. And the reason I'm particularly looking at it is I'm just turning my mind to our Section 78 obligations, and that's the obligations in relation to, in the course of our decision-making process, we need to give consideration to the views and preferences of people likely to be affected by or have an interest in the matter. And we need to do that in a very genuine way. And the way that I've always found it is best is not just to hear, but to have the conversation. And that means it doesn't mean that the conversation results in somebody getting everything they want or the decision being changed, but you just have to be very clear about an understanding. If you're thinking of mitigation, making sure you've had that conversation with people. So I would prefer, if the elected members were comfortable, that we bring this back. We've had a range of options in the chamber for those of you on Zoom looking at whether there were how the clauses could be put together today, and I just think trying to put together clauses. You've had a full day trying to do those, and in some ways, actually without having the conversation with what is clearly a affected party in relation to this decision. And I do think there are some, quite distinguishing factors for the State Cinema, so we need to be mindful of those. I think it will be worth taking a little bit of time around that to make sure we have the conversation. Would that be something that's agreeable, firstly, to our Zoom whānau? Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a thumbs up. And elected members? Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. I didn't have any input into what's up there, so I'd just like to make a couple of comments. First, a question. There is a budget, but I want to know that that's going to be sufficient to do all the planning, design and consenting in this financial year. Is the budget that you have going to be sufficient?
Through the Mayor, yes, it is.
Okay, great. That's tick number one. Thanks, Mark. The other sort of query I have is that we've accommodated one business who came in and saw us, but there are others affected. I'd like to see those wrapped around as well. They may not all have to be, I don't expect them to be nominated and named, but I think that they need to be included. Otherwise, we could have a run on people wanting to come in next week and presenting. So I think to alleviate that idea, that if we can wrap around something like that, then that would be that would make me
much more.
Councillor Noonan, I would see that as being a continuous process, that it would be part of, if this was to proceed, that there would be continued engagement with the businesses in the vicinity of Miller's Acre with regards to any car parking changes, noting that we are talking 18 months away. So I think that I think at the moment I'm doing some quite distinguishing factors because of the volume of people that come in, and we've seen that today, and they're time bound. And I just want to make sure that we've had that good conversation, particularly with the state. I'd just like to wrap around all affected parties. Yes. We won't be able to do that before and you Tuesday. can go including the state cinema, but not necessarily. But I think anybody affected should be given the comfort that they will also be consulted.
Work closely, Izzy, working closely.
And I'd be happy if that was
Thank
done.
you. Councillor Grant.
Just clarifying, you're now saying 18 months as the first point, but during the presentation and answering questions, you said the point of entry and business case and starting points would be June 23, which is 9 months away.
So through the Mayor, that was when would we have the detailed business case completed? So that's not the same as having the start date for construction. So we can get a detailed business case together by June 2023, and then there's the whole procurement, all of that to go through before construction, which would probably be the following year, the 2024, 18 months, end of 2024.
Okay. Can you just then, I don't know, satisfy my concern then that we're saying 18 months, but if we've got this to the point in 9 months, then so many cogs are in motion that nothing changes after that point. It's just get on with it. So really, the drive would be 9 months, not 18. If you're doing all the work in the business case and say this is where we could, break ground and start the process or whatever it is, I just sort of feel like it's a mixed message.
So if I can just clarify, Madam Mayor, so a detailed business case would be prepared between now and June 2023, so that's 9 months. In the following 12 months, you still have to get the funding application approved by Waka Kotahi. There may be annual plan adjustments to be made. There would need to be procurement of whoever's going to build this thing, resource consents, building consents. So that's that additional 12 months before any construction would actually start.
Thank you. Let's clarify. All right. So I think that probably is the point that I'd like to finish today's meeting on. I would just in the course of this discussion have recalled that we established a city centre engagement group with Councillor Courtney and the Deputy Mayor. And I would just really encourage officers that when we're embarking on city centre projects, that you have two people that have been delegated responsibilities to sit alongside you and talk to you about what, how we engage and getting on with that engagement. So just really encourage you. I haven't seen either of them called on. And there's been quite a few projects going on over the last year, and there is a real value proposition of actually having governance engagement as we bringing projects forward to the table so that we can do some of these things a bit earlier than having to stop and start for meetings. So let's take the time through to Tuesday and see if we can get this one to a point where it's ready for some decisions. And I really want to thank Margaret. Thank you for all the work that you've put into this. Really appreciate that. It has been pretty tricky just trying to get out and do engagement over the last period as everyone's been dealing with an emergency event. It hasn't been easy at all. So thank you. All right, so we're going to finish for today, and I'll finish off today. We started with that beautiful karakia from Pania, and we'll finish with our beautiful karakia that we all know, and we'll etu fotuia. Tuia ke runga, tuia ke raro, tuia ke roto, tuia ke waho, tuia te here tanaka, ka ronga te po, ka ronga te au, home, huie, tai kie, kia ora, have a lovely evening. And the Salvation Army Band will be playing at the Nelson College Hall tonight doing a bit of fundraising for the Mayoral Relief Fund. So very generous of them.